Important plays.
Oh my, I had a good connection the whole thing. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, this is the Open Chat. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and with me in the co-pilot seat is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear, how are you?
Well, it's definitely been a day. Of all the days I've had, this is definitely one of them. Been watching well, it's not yet an impeachment trial. They've only just voted
Yeah.
whether or not to proceed with the trial.
Oh
And
man.
oh, it was so frustrating watching that. And I'm sure we'll get to it eventually, but there is something quicker and much wackier
Yes,
to
dear.
talk about.
Yes, dear.
I got a stalker.
Oh, hey, how do you like that? All right.
Yeah. Now the thing is, I mean, the guy was already a little bit on the creepy side. But like I started it like letting him into my online life a little bit. Like I friended him on Facebook, I friended him on Twitter, and like he very quickly started being a dick to all of my friends.
Oh
And I'm like, this is not
no.
how we behave. Um, he also did send me a whole bunch of stuff off of my wish list over a couple of years. But when he started like not just being a dick to my friends, but being a Trump supporting dick to my friends, I said, okay, friendship over, and blocked him every fucking where, right?
Oh
And
my.
after that, I found some emails in my spam folder where he basically went off and said how much he hates me and called me like a privileged little bitch and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, whatever, block, right? And unfortunately, Gmail didn't let me just full on block him. It just sent everything of his to the spam folder.
Eh.
Well, the other was looking for something and happened to go into my spam folder because I wasn't sure if it had ended up there. You know, those verification emails can be
Oh
very,
yes, yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I saw a bunch more emails from him, mostly responding to that video I just put out that was an animation test for the Zappity Zap.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Um,
okay.
and discovered that there was some stuff on the way from my wish list again. And so I have here the world of Cyberpunk plus the latest edition of the actual RPG on which the video game was based. And the note said, I hate you, BD. Have a nice VD, which I assume is Valentine's Day. I'm hoping it's not venereal disease. But yeah, so he didn't take the hint, this guy, that I really didn't want anything more to do with him, and he's still trying.
Oh jeez, yeah. And at this point, I'd say
So,
he's very trying. It,
well, and I mean, he's a bit of a creeper, it seems like at times, and he hasn't actually come up to me in person that I know about, but I've got a stalker.
oh
So,
my. I'll tell you what, though. You know what's happening here is today we've got a really good view of the contents of your bra. You might want to. You might, you might want to move the camera
sweater
up a little bit.
puppies,
Yeah, there you
some
go. There you go.
stretchers, yeah, yeah. Well, thing is, two options. I can either use the tripod and put my camera where a microphone would go because it will fit,
Okay.
or I can stick it on top of this thing right here and just leave it there. But the reason I chose this is because the tripod with the camera up there totally my screen. I can't see shit,
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Well, I'll
right?
tell you.
Like okay, hold on. Let me even demonstrate.
Yes, dear.
The tripod would be right there,
Oh, right in
and
the
the
line
camera
of
would be
sight, man.
up
Yeah,
there.
uh-huh.
My screen is right there. So I mean, it's not practical. It's one of the reasons why I haven't been on camera very much. Also, the head fur, it's actually behaving today, but it's simply because while we're chatting, my ADD triggers hard, and so I have to be doing something else while we chat just so I can even concentrate on the chat, which means I'll be animating or playing a really quiet game or something while we are talking just to keep myself
Mm.
centered. But it's hard to do when the screen is blocked by a webcam.
Yes, it is.
So,
Oh my.
yeah.
Well, actually, this is interesting. When you're leaning toward the camera is when it's at its worst. When you're leaning back, it's pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
What is?
That view right there. You've got the entire face and everything. That's great. And there you go. There you go. Yay! Oh
No,
my.
I mean, lowering my chair wouldn't do a damn thing. Because seriously, like this rests on the desk, right? So lowering my chair would just mean, okay, here's the tripod, here's me,
Uh huh.
you know?
Yeah.
Work. So, and also if I lower my chair, that just invites carpal tunnel.
No, not good. Not good. Not good. But you are
So I'm gonna skip that.
in a roundabout way, you are reminding me that I do want to see about ordering some equipment, though. I'll get around to it. I was thinking of. Yeah, there you go. I was thinking of a couple microphone booms, and a couple other things. Try to spruce this place up a little bit. Um, see if I can't
Oh, I
see if I
horrible
can't get
thought.
things. Okay, see if I can't get things working even worse than they are now. One of those deals. I mean, I just got my kitchen studio together. That's something.
I'm trying to figure out what digital demonic Davros meant by that.
Tayo korostu.
Someone nerds out at a stick, maybe needs a hand?
No
I'm
idea.
lost.
None. Zero. You can get a monitor clip that holds up a DSLR. Oh, wow. So the DSLRs I know of are a little on the heavy side, though. Wouldn't that
Hmm.
tend
This
to?
bad boy's not light.
There you go. Yeah. Man, it took me long enough to finally get that working. Because I have my monitor set up, and it just turned out that by putting my magazine rack over to the left of the desk, it worked beautifully. So I just don't
Yeah,
want.
keeping my rack right here. Anyway,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, well, you know.
Oh my. Oh
Sometimes
no.
I wonder if I'd get more like if I wore something other than a sports bra.
I don't know. I tell you, I'd be happy with simply that. I mean, geez, man.
Still, and this is probably not the best thing to talk about on a web show, but I cannot make cleavage.
uh Really? I would expect that you would be able to
No, they
kind
don't.
of.
They don't. Nah,
Huh.
they don't go together enough. Von Rick, wow, I wasn't expecting anything from you, although you have sent me a bunch of things, and I'm very, 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 very grateful. Don't ever feel obligated, especially since I keep mentioning it. I do have money. I could empty out my wish list right now, and I feel it, but not a lot. So I mean, if there's people out there who need help, don't send me swag. Ugh, help out your friends first. Fucking A. You know?
Hi, Shadow Kitty. How is you, honey? Yay. Shadow Kitty. Oh, my. And then I love Mage's comment there. What's worse than a child crying in the next room? A child crying in the next room when you don't have kids.
I don't
Yeah.
know. That sounds like fun. You'd have to get out a PKE meter for that one. But well, who's okay? I'm not gonna say it. My brain went really dark with a joke on that one about you know valuing the. And I'm not gonna say it. No, there's no way to say it and not make myself sound horrible. So
Ah, fun.
okay, let's just put it this way. I'm trying to think of a similar joke that involved adults instead of children.
Hmm.
But it was really, really, really off color, offensive, and if I remember right, quite misogynist. But the basic idea was, sure, having sex is fun, but when she cries, it's even better, or something like that. I forget what the actual punchline was, but my brain went to what's worse than a child crying in the next room.
Yeah. Okay.
And but I couldn't just say that without all the context because otherwise it would sound like I was saying that and meant it.
Ay, carum. I think we know you well enough to get the point that you really don't mean it. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you seem to be the person who would not get anything out of kids. Okay. So.
And I mean, okay, I wouldn't get anything about out of being a parent. I wouldn't get anything out of being X-rated with kids or even PG-13 with kids. But they are fun to play games with. They tend to love board games. They tend to love video games. They love to play pretend. I used to try to involve my parents in playing make believe with me when like other kids weren't available, and they couldn't do it right. But you know me, I never fucking grew up. If a kid says, "Hey, pretend the floor's lava," I'd be like, "Right on." You know,
Okay then. Okay.
let's build a couch cushion fort. Okay. I'll get
Oh,
some chairs and a giant blanket. You go get the stuffed animals. I would totally do that.
oh,
So I like kids. They're good, like companions. I just like being able to give them back to their parents.
there you
You know,
go. Now that's one that I've always wondered about, though. That whole couch cushion fort. It seems to
hmm
be ubiquitous. And, where did that ever come from? Where did everybody get the idea that couch cushion forts are fun? Because I actually found them fun when I was of
well,
that age.
well, the thing is, I mean, a lot of kids had things like clubhouses, and if you didn't, you had to improvise, didn't you?
Pretty much, pretty much.
I certainly never had a tree house. It might have been nice. I don't know. But I certainly made my fair share of forts.
Okay, because, well, I did spend a good bit of time in suburbia where people did have money and shit like that. So some of the kids I knew actually did have the forts, they did have the tree houses. I was kind of jealous, but, you
There
know.
was this one kid I knew named Jeremy whose stepdad built him a spaceship bed. And when I say a spaceship bed, I don't just mean like, oh, it's a bed that looks like a spaceship. I mean, there was like a command center and there was like the actual bed part of the ship. And it was like this amazing thing. And I kept begging my dad to do that because you know how I am about spaceships, but
Uh huh.
you know,
And he
he
was
never
the
did. I was
carpenter,
so
yeah, so.
jealous. So fucking jealous. But.
Oh my. Okay. Colleen says I'm always the grown up who actually plays with my nieces. All right. Is it good for you?
Unless I ever end up like getting hitched to someone who has like she has some siblings who have children, I'll never be an auntie. It's not gonna happen. I
Mm.
don't have siblings. So like, and of course this all requires that I actually find someone who's like not repulsed. So I don't think
Shut
it's
up, Clarion.
yeah. I don't think it's very that that I'll ever be an auntie, but that's fine. I don't need it. It's just there are a lot of things that other people tended to take for granted that were just never part of my life because my parents are weird.
Okay, okay.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know.
you have mentioned the
I,
weirdosity, yes.
yeah, well, and I've often lamented the lesser connection to the extended family than most people have. I kind of wanted that in a way.
Okay, yeah. I can kind of get where you're coming from because there was, I mean, half of my extended family that I almost never saw. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've discussed it before. There's like that one kid who has like grandma and grandpa like 5 miles away, kind of thing, and the cousins are over there, and y'all get together for like once a month for a big dinner or barbecue or some shit. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Mm-hmm.
like I never had that, and I kind of envied it.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's one of the movie experiences I'll never have. So.
Oh my. Okay, Mage asks, how does every kid end up coming up with the floor is lava game?
Well, I think
Um.
we're all taught it, aren't we?
Well,
I
I
mean,
was not.
hmm. Well, I mean, not necessarily by parents, but by other kids,
Oh,
and it's
that's what I
probably a hand
mean.
me down from probably a hand me down from their older siblings, and probably him as all of that. Uh, I mean, like, okay, take for example, there are a bunch of rules in Monopoly where either people change them or they make them up entirely, or they've completely ignored them. And there was actually a study done that said that nobody reads the rules to Monopoly. Someone just always teaches it to you off the
Yeah,
top of their
yeah,
head,
yeah.
and that is why most people don't realize that if you land on an unowned property and don't buy it, it goes to auction.
Right,
It gets
right.
auctioned off, and then well, everyone knows that putting money in the center or under free parking and you land there and you take it, that's not in
That's
the
not a real
rules.
rule. No.
Yeah, but everyone does it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There was even a controversy over Uno and whether you're allowed to put a draw two on top of a draw two and it goes to the next person and they have to draw four unless they can do the same thing. That's not a rule. They actually, I think it's Hasbro makes that stuff, actually put out an official statement saying no. If there's a draw two, you draw two. That's it.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
But these are the rules that people have often played by is, yeah, if someone puts down a draw two and you've got a draw two, just go for it. But so that's probably how people learn the floor is lava.
Okay, maybe, maybe. God, it's been a
Oh,
hell of a long time. Say what?
well, Von Rick says, I do not know this game, The Floor is Lava. Basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. The floor is lava. If you touch it, you're dead. So you have to, like, climb around on the furniture to stay out of the lava.
Yeah, I did not know about this game until recently, and I mean, only since I've been a YouTuber,
Hmm.
which is recently, kids. I mean, I did my first YouTube video in late 17, so.
Well, there was one, like I was in well, I'm in a multiple 80s groups on Facebook. I was recently in one of them and chatting with some folks about games we played as children. Like there was this picture of like sort of a neighborhood, very suburban kind of place with the kids in the street playing stickball,
Oh, okay
kind of
then.
thing.
Okay,
And
yeah.
and they said, "What kind of games did you play as a kid?" And Kick the Can came up. And it turned out that there was a certain amount of, I'm not even sure if I want to call it debate. It was more like a discussion about the rules. Because apparently, a lot of people play Kick the Can differently. I
Mm-hmm.
looked it up on Wikipedia and I was playing the way they describe, but I don't know.
Okay. No, there was a comedy routine that was on an album years ago where Kick the Can was mentioned. A screaming gay football player said he got his start by playing Kick the Can in his mother's high heels, and that was a joke. So-
Actually, it's funny because we were watching, or a lot of us were watching the Trump thing where they were deciding whether or not to try him, right? And they kept saying high crimes and misdemeanors. And what popped into my head was, if there is not a drag queen out there named Misdemeanor,
there
I
should
am
be.
so disappointed in the drag community. If that doesn't exist, it must. It has to exist. But
I don't know. Maybe somebody will get the idea now. What the hell?
maybe. Maybe, but that was just like it kept going through my head every time they'd say crimes and misdemeanor. I was like,
Scheiße.
wait,
Yeah, there you go.
a horrible thought. Trump in drag on a runway. But anyway,
Ow! 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 No, damn it! You had to say that, and I just had to picture it. Oh, freak!
well, I mean, I'm. Whoops! I did not mean to go to YouTube. I was going for Facebook. I made a picture a while back with one of those you put a picture in your phone and you gender swap people.
Oh
I did
yeah,
one with,
okay.
and he looks like the ultimate Karen.
Oops.
I gotta. The thing is, I mean, I've posted so many pictures in the last little while that it'll take me a while to dig it up, but I'll find it. But seriously, he just looked like a Walmartian-y Karen having a fit.
That makes sense. It really does. Oh shit.
Yeah. Uh, well, I must be getting close because I'm getting near the big onslaught of those swapping photos that I did. Like for a while there, I was just like everyone I could. I had one for Ghostbusters. I had one for the Orville and Firefly and all of those. So I just, I was having fun with it.
Yeah, you were having some nice fun.
But
Good results. Yeah.
yeah, but it just makes the combing through them to find the one I'm after more difficult.
Okay then.
you know. So anyway, that was kind of an attempt at a segue to the whole impeachment trial thing
Yay!
because we were going to talk about
Yeah,
that.
we were certainly going to talk about that. And you told me that you had a lot to say and you weren't going to say it until the show started.
Oh yeah, the sheer number of times we've discussed what we're going to discuss, and then by the time we start discussing it on air, we've sort of they'd forgotten a lot of what we said, ran out of things to say,
Uh-huh.
lost our
Yeah.
enthusiasm. Already said it, whatever. So I made very sure to not talk too much, before the
Uh-huh.
show. But the Republican arguments were ludicrously stupid.
You
I
noticed
mean, like,
that.
and they kept contradicting themselves all over the place.
Oh, hell
And
yeah.
it was insane. They were basically throwing everything they could at the wall, and it was all of their old tricks. It was the same things we've seen 1,000 times before. It was like they were going through a checklist of the alt-right playbook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it didn't land. I think people saw through it, but who knows? Like the
Oh,
worst.
ow, ow,
I know, right? I know, right? Is that not the ultimate Karen?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Holy bud.
But what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, the worst one was when they kept trying to insist that we can't impeach Trump. Well, Trump's already been fucking impeached. This is the trial, bitches.
Right. And this is the thing that gets me is uh well, so many people are losing this. That the impeachment occurred in what was it, late December? Or was it early January? I forget which, but it was before Trump left office. So what we're doing now is concluding that impeachment with the trial.
Mhm.
I mean, you got it started. You got to do something. You can't let it fall on the floor. But it seems that that's what some people want. What
Well,
really?
there's that. They keep saying like, "Oh, you can't impeach Trump while he's in office. Oh, you can't impeach Trump when he's out of office." It was like, that's what could we
Yeah,
only convict Trump, impeach and convict Trump halfway through Joe Biden's inauguration? Is that what we had to do?
I think pretty much. Really, I do. I have no idea. Well, I know what they're trying to do. Really, I do. They're just, as you said, throw anything, and they don't notice that nothing is sticking. But they have the whole script that they've got to do, and
Hmm.
anything they can think of. And what the heck do we have here? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, uh huh. That was what is his name? Is it Shern or Shone or Shane or the second lawyer to speak on Trump's behalf?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to their names. I don't know what like source what feed you were watching it on, but mine was not captioned in any fashion. So if I missed someone's name when they were being called up to what
Okay.
was it? A stand? What is that, a stand? I don't know, whatever. Podium, place they were gonna talk.
Yeah.
I missed their name when they went up there. I missed it forever.
Oh,
So
okay. I was watching NPR. Would
hmm.
anybody else
PTV?
say again, huh?
Wouldn't that be NPTV really?
Um, it should be, but they
Hmm.
were listing themselves as NPR. Yeah, and how do you do that on television? I'm not sure. Um,
Well, you can't do that on television.
uh-huh. Anybody over in the audience, where were you guys watching it, and what were your ideas? Because if there's a source that's better than NPR, then I want to see that. I want to see the best possible source when this thing continues. Because, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to willfully subject myself to this shit. So,
Hmm. Well, I mean, as frustrating as it can be, there is a certain amount of fun to it.
yeah. I
I,
mean,
I mean, I have to admit, I do enjoy watching a good back and forth argument. You know, like courtroom drama, movies and TV and stuff, kind of fun actually to watch.
yeah, but if they
So,
would have some of that during this impeachment trial, that would be kind of nice, you know?
hmm. Well, I don't know. I'd love to have that moment. You know, it's like, yes, it was me. I did it, and I do it again. You know, but it's not Trump. It's like some schmuck in the back of the audience or something going, ha, it was me all along. Which would, I mean, I'd love to see Trump get his comeuppance, but that would still make me laugh so hard.
And then I would also, but unfortunately he is no longer with us. I'd like to have Raymond Burr up front there, and have a
Mm,
little Perry Mason going on. But what the hell?
eh,
Um, I t-
not my go-to lawyer, but okay.
as far as this goes, I mean, it would be a lot more fun were there some people over here and a whole lot of alcohol. That would make it work. You know, but-
Keep your booze. I'll just get potted up.
oh,
Speaking of which, I'm
okay.
completely out of weed again. Damn it.
No, oh my, oh my. I don't
It's probably
know.
for the best. My tolerance went up. I should give it a couple of weeks first.
You probably should, but during that period, you might be able to sock some money away and get a larger portion than you usually do.
Mm,
Like,
no, that's what I did. The problem is that I have very little willpower, so what I need to do is buy less at once, not more. Because let's put it this way: if I don't have one of the vape cartridges like handy, I won't use it. But if I do, I probably will.
oh,
So
okay,
basically,
okay,
the best way to wait like a month and build my tolerance back up is just not to buy any after I've finished what I have.
okay, okay. I mean, if that works for you, then do it. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sure. And it does save a fair amount of dough.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering now. How much do they want for grass anymore?
Way too much. But hey, okay, take for example a 1 gram vape cartridge, and I could have sworn I had some handy. Yes, like one of these, probably about 60, 65 smackers.
Okay, how far will that take you? I mean, how long will you get it
That depends
use?
on you, doesn't it?
Okay, I mean, if you're an average user,
I actually don't know what an average user would be. I only know me.
okay then.
So I honestly could not tell you. Um, I know that one of these will probably last me about a week, give or take.
Okay, 60 for a week. Yeah, that is a little bit of change there.
But, I mean, whatevs.
Oh my. Okay, oh, hi, honey. Yay! Jeanette is here.
Hey,
Yay! Jeanette
oh,
says,
hey.
say what? Oh, okay.
I
I
said, okay.
I only saw the beginning of the trial when Raskin and the first two other speakers were on bartending, from 1 to 6. The old timers wanted to watch the Rifleman. Okay, okay. Oh God.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of, I mean, there were some emotional arguments because one of the guys who was arguing for the trial, he tells this story about how he was there that day and he remembers having to hide, and he had his daughter there, and they were both fairly convinced they were about to die. So
Yeah.
he made that argument. The thing is, he made that argument long after every other argument he made. So it wasn't meant to be like the
Uh oh.
thesis. It was more a coda than anything else.
Okay. Yes, indeed, Jeanette. If you are coming from German, schön is beautiful or pretty, uh, as you will, and it certainly does not apply to that lawyer or his argument as far as that goes. Oh my! I mean, are we going to see this throughout the trial proceedings? I mean, I really hope not, but I get the impression that we are going to see this. They're going to have the shittiest arguments ever. And the other thing that I'm seeing, and please, I hope I'm wrong, is that they're going to get away with it.
That's the part that worries me, is that they're going to get away with it. I mean, the Republican dude, or the whatever lawyer, I don't know, he kept trying to make this argument that impeaching Trump sets a bad precedent. Well, not doing it sets a worse one, fuckwit.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
okay, a president can just like do all kinds of fuckery and then what, quit the day before.
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
I mean, it's so I mean, he kept trying to hammer home this point, also like, oh, this can be turned around on you. And it's like, fine, we won't do any insurrection.
There you are. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, I think there needs to be accountability, and it doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter if it's someone who's a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat anymore. I unregistered myself. I don't give a fuck. Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm politically homeless in this country. So if it gets turned around on the Democrats, fine. But I kind of trust them to not lead an insurrection. I mean, we wouldn't be having this trial at all if Trump hadn't done what he did. It
Right.
requires him to have acted to have this trial. But the Republicans kept trying to hammer home this idea that the left has been looking for something to convict Trump with
They
for
didn't
ages.
have to look. No, they did.
Exactly. Exactly. That was the point I was just about to make.
I mean, how do you have to look for the shit that's thrown into your face? It's, well, god damn.
It's like, okay, yeah, sure, we would have loved to get rid of the guy. We would have loved to have had something on him if we could have had something on him. And but we didn't like try to manufacture it. The
Right.
Republicans would have tried
Yeah.
to manufacture
Yeah.
it, but we didn't.
It's just a whole
And when I
bunch of
say we, I mean the left.
uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, rather than I mean, the only reason I still retain my Democratic registration is to vote in the primaries, and I don't know if it's even worth holding it to do that. Pennsylvania has closed primaries, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I think California does too, but at this point, I mean, I do not trust the Democrats to nominate a candidate I like.
Oh,
I
absolutely,
don't trust them
absolutely,
to
yeah,
nominate a candidate that represents me. Like I said, I'm
absolutely.
politically homeless in this country. We don't have a left. We have the Republican Party and we have Diet Republican Party. We
Mm-hmm.
have fascists and diet
Yeah.
fascists. I mean, it's not it so I mean, I'll probably never vote in a Democrat primary again unless I see dramatic change.
Indeed, and I don't know if we're going to see that dramatic change, or at least in your lifetime. Definitely not in mine. What do we
Well, what
have?
I'm still hoping for like a third party at some point, because we need one in this country. We need those checks and balances
Mm-hmm.
against the Democrats and the Republicans. What we need is to make them afraid of us, afraid that they will not get voted back in. because that is the only place we have leverage, is with our
Right,
votes. And
right.
so we have to tell them, do what we say or you're out, and we'll vote someone else in instead.
Yeah, the U.S. politics have become hopelessly partisan. You cannot
Mm-hmm.
count on anyone to do the right thing because they're just going to toe the party line. Look at the
Mm-hmm.
fascists. That's where it is most obvious. But look at the corporatists as well because they do it too.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's no incentive to do something different. None.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help that the Democrats cave to the Republicans all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like so many times the Democrats would rather care about how they appear than what they do. And I think we need some Democrats, if we're going to stick with that party, who are much more hard line, who
Yeah.
say, you know what, I'm willing to adopt right wing tactics in to further a more populist goal.
Yes.
But the Democrats are so concerned with decorum and with fairness and with bipartisanship that they let the Republicans run right the fuck over them, even when they're in power. Look at, I mean,
Yeah.
Obama had a supermajority. Obama could have done so much, but because he was the compromiser in chief, we got nothing.
Yeah.
And we need someone who is willing to wield power when they have it on the left, because the right has no qualms with wielding their power, but the left is too fucking timid, and I'm sick of it.
I don't know what the heck the left, see themselves getting out of this because there are so many of us that are seeing right through this and are not liking them very much for it. Are they just holding on to the fact that they can bullshit a larger percentage of the population for just a little while yet? Is
I
that
mean,
it?
well, they think that they can still get away, and I think they're right. They think they can still get away with the whole, oh, we can't do something progressive because of this existential threat from the right. I think they can keep getting away with that people will still fall for it. And if this last election or the nomination of Joe Biden is any indication, it's true. People will fall for the same shit over and over, and when they do, they don't realize, hey, we have the power to make that never happen again. We have that power. If we band together enough, we can get those politicians afraid they'll lose their job, and they have to start catering to us instead of just doing whatever the hell agenda they like.
Yes. And I wish I could remember who it was that said it, and it's so apropos here, where insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. And this is
Mm.
basically what you got here. Or, I don't know, maybe they're not insane. Maybe they're doing the same thing over and over because they like the result they get. And oh, God, are we in trouble if that's the case.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. I've been basically discussing the issue on that basis. In fact, this whole time is that they love what they're getting. They just don't know. I don't know. It's mm.
Nee, godtast. No, I don't know
well,
what I
it,
just said, but I think it was vaguely
well,
Klingon.
it does get to a point where you don't know what to say anymore, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It gets to a point where it's like, I mean, everything that there is to say I've already said, and anything that I haven't already said is either way too complicated to just say it, or it's like most people don't care, or something. Uh,
I'm
it just, you end up at a loss for words after a while.
This is where I would, more and more, I would like to run somewhere, just anywhere but almost anywhere but here. The problem is, even fewer want me now than before. I mean, not only am I old, not only am I poor, but I'm sick too. It's like, what the hell?
I mean, I there have been times I've thought it might be not the worst thing in the world to hold political office. The problem with that, though, is, I mean, number one, the electability issue.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, mhm.
Number two, I've said enough shit online that I'm sure someone can dig up dirt on me. Number three, I'm sure that my political opponents would try to make hay out of the whole, like, hey, look, she rollerbladed naked, and it like, also, frankly, I just don't know enough. I mean, unless they have on the job training. I mean, what the fuck do I know about foreign policy? My whole foreign policy would be to share and play nicely with the other kids. Enough with the wars. We'll just, if the rest of the world wants to fuck itself blind with war, it's not our job to stop them. It may be our job to try to convince them with words,
Moo,
possibly through the
moo.
UN, but it's not our job to be the world's goddamn policeman. That would be my foreign policy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. I mean, well, again, there are other things involved with foreign policy, trade and shit like that and everything else too.
Well,
But you have to learn a whole bunch of that shit. And I,
right.
I mean, Eris knows that I don't know any of it, and that's the reason I would not run for the office of president of the United States, because that's very much a foreign policy seat, and like I know nothing. Um, but
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? What are we
And
doing
I'm
here?
not even sure what the vice president does.
Not
Like, I'm sure
much.
heads a bunch of committees, probably, like, has to, what, pound the gavel at the Senate or some shit. I don't know. But like, in my head, all I just picture is, you get Kamala Harris is sort of sitting there going, well, I'm here in the dugout if Joe dies.
Uh huh. I mean,
You know,
the vice president does a little bit more now than the vice president would have done. Oh, I don't know. Let's say 60 or 70 years ago, but still not that much.
I mean, like I say, probably heads a bunch of committees and task forces and shit. But I mean, let's put it this way: nearly everything I know about what the vice president does comes from having watched The West Wing.
Okay.
So,
Okay then. Moo.
which is, by the way, not a bad show. If you have access to it, I say watch it.
I've actually watched very, very little that's of broadcast television quality. I actually did watch the Super Bowl, um, and it was interesting, kind of. But I mean, that's the most television I've watched in the last year.
That was not the best in the world. I hate to say it, but I mean, like, it was so one-sided.
Oh yeah, I
I mean,
noticed that.
kind of exciting to watch the thorough trouncing, but there were so few moments of, oh my gosh, look at what they did, oh my gosh, that play,
Mm-hmm.
it was not. I don't know. Did you catch that cringe-worthy Jeep commercial, the one with Bruce
Oh
Springsteen?
yes, I did, and it was like, what the hell is
Oh,
this?
it just, like, I knew I was going to be talking about it after like 15 seconds. It's this 2-minute Super Bowl promo for those who didn't watch the game, put out by Jeep. And it was supposed to be a call for unity somehow, but they spent so much time on Christian imagery, explicitly
Yes,
Christian
yes,
imagery,
yes.
that there has been this weapons grade backlash against it. Like, that's not unity, and we're not a Christian nation. What the fuck, Jeep? What the fuck, Springsteen?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
yeah,
I'm glad that I'm glad there is a backlash against it. I mean, maybe a few more people, not necessarily us atheists, are not happy with that whole Christian imagery as well.
I
And
mean,
what?
man, did they ever linger on that cross on the America, like the United States shaped flag,
Yes,
right? And the
yeah.
cross hanging on it, and it was like they lingered on that for like a good 20 seconds.
And you did notice the shot over his shoulder, if I remember correctly, where they had the three crosses that are the way they arrange.
Fences. I'm pretty sure those were fence posts that only looked like crosses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw that and I was thinking they're trying to set up Calvary, right? But okay, maybe I'm full of it.
Well,
Um,
what I saw sure looked like fence posts, but that's just
okay,
me.
okay.
Yeah. Um. Someone in the chat said something. Oh, yeah. Christians are the only ones who need convincing, though. That is the weirdest part of all of this to me, is like you get the Christian people who wig out about this, that, or the other thing saying, what about Christian values? But if you ever point out the non Christiany stuff, the anti Christiany stuff they do, like,
Yeah.
hey, we'll kill abortion doctors, thou shalt not kill, kind of thing. But as soon as you try to point that out to them, they just sort of shut down,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
In a way, I think they know, but they just don't want to have to deal with it. And their dismissive arguments, if you want to call them arguments, are also pointing to that sort of thing. Because anytime somebody complains, they always shuffle to the standard two or three arguments that you've got out there.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is, prove our God doesn't exist. And it's like, I don't have to. Yeah, your God doesn't exist. That's the starting point.
Well, I mean, there was this one guy I was talking to during the whole trial-y thing that we were watching, and he actually tried to tell me that I had to prove something wasn't in the Constitution.
Bullshit!
And I was like, that's not my job. I mean, you like, because he was saying the Constitution says X. And I was like, where? And he goes, no, you prove to me it's not in there if you think that this, that, or the other thing can happen. I'm like, kind of not my job, dude. But he didn't. Yeah, I understand.
I mean, under most circumstances, you cannot prove a negative. This is one circumstance where you can. You read the entire text of the Constitution. But then again, you've also got the interpretation thing going on here where, you could be a Supreme Court justice and interpret things. But no, you don't have to prove the negative. You have to prove the positive. And you have to know what a positive claim is, by the way, people.
Well, one thing that gave me gave me pause, was when the guy, one of the Republican dudes, he was saying, like, the Constitution says that impeachment can only be used to impeach, or to what was it, like, convict and remove, or to try and remove a president. And it was that word "and" that was kind of the sticking point, because there was no "and" or. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think that was Shern that was talking about that. Yeah, with the.
But the point being is, like, well, he's already been impeached.
Yeah.
and I mean, but also, like I kind of get some of the arguments they're trying to make about why we shouldn't be having this trial, but I mean, I don't know. It was hard to.
The main reason. Well, that too. But I mean, the main reason we should not be having this trial is the Republicans should have done the right thing in the first one.
Well, see, that's the problem, is they are voting 100% on partisan lines. They don't give a shit about the evidence. They don't give a shit about context or whether he actually did it. A lot of them seem to be arguing more on a basis of, like, this is what sets precedents and these are the current precedents. And I'm like, well, but we're setting a precedent that a president can't incite an insurrection or a riot or any of that stuff. That a president doing that is something that cannot go unaddressed, needs a certain amount of accountability, and I'm trying to find the word they used that wasn't retribution, but consequences.
Yeah.
There needs to be that a reckoning. That's what they kept saying.
Okay, fine.
And and it's like, yeah, we need that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we don't have that, if a president pulls this kind of shenanigans again, well, now they have an out. They can go, well, but Trump got away with it.
Right. Yes.
Me.
And as far as I am concerned, this justice rule, the DOJ rule, where you cannot try a sitting president on criminal charges, the way you would a civilian. That's got to go. I mean, that's a bullshitty rule. It doesn't even carry the force of law. That was written during the Nixon administration for obvious reasons. So, what Trump was saying back in 15 or 16 when he was first campaigning is actually the case now. He could shoot or he could have shot somebody on Times Square and not faced consequences for it, because DOJ would have said, no, you cannot try him for having committed this murder. You've got to wait until he's not impeached. And it's like, no!
Well, and one of those guys did try to make some sort of argument, like he tried to preemptively like cut the Democrats off at the knees, where he was like, okay, and some of them will say, well, he was impeached before he was out of office, and he gave some bullshit excuse for why that doesn't matter, and I completely forget what it was. But he gave a really bullshit yeah. And the sheer number of times he kept trying to say, let's talk about what this trial is really about. And then he starts like attributing these mustache twirling conspiracy, chicanery that it's like purely done just out of spite or some shit.
Yeah.
That we're just here to punish the right. That's all this trial's about. Like he's trying to poison the well. He's trying to say, look, this trial's a sham, and let me tell you what my opponent's goals actually are. Let me say it for them.
Mm-hmm.
The worst part is they're probably going to fall for it. Democrats always lean into Republican arguments instead of kicking their asses.
Yeah, we are in some big trouble. I mean, we don't even have to wait for the argument to be lost here. We don't have to wait until the fascists get their way. We're already fucked. It's just, where and how hard.
It's all a matter of time. I'm convinced that we're all pretty doomed at this point, because nobody who has the power to do anything about it is taking the environment seriously.
Oh, well, that too. Yes, absolutely.
So I'm pretty sure that the human race is on the way out at this point, and we're doing it to ourselves.
Yeah, and with that one, I'm inclined to side with those who are saying that we are indeed past the point of no return, and it's just a matter of when is the deed going to be done, rather than whether we can do anything about it. What do we have here?
Question as well. There's the like, how will it happen? Because it might not be the environment.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, for all I know, we could still end up nuked.
Oh, indeed.
So
yeah, I like it, Jeanette. Yeah, see how easy that lawyer's name is to say when you mentally add the umlaut. Yes. Oh, shitski. No, I don't know.
It's actually a weirdly appropriate image that I found, what was it, yesterday even? That, we're talking about humanity might be doomed, and it might not be the environment.
I saw that one. Oh my. Were we to be informed that an asteroid is on its way, I would be the first one cheering.
Here's a question for you.
Yes, dear.
What makes you think it's an asteroid?
Well, I was just pulling an example out of the air. I mean, it's not that asteroids have not hit us in the past. It's just that very few of those times have there been people walking around.
Well, what I'm saying is, what if it's an alien invasion? What if it's something much sexier than an asteroid?
There you go. That would be interesting. Now, the only problem with that one is, if it's an alien invasion, what if the aliens invading are fascists?
What if?
Yeah. Oh, God, I love that. You make my day, dear.
I did not realize that would slay you, but all right. All right.
Oh my. Okay, now what is this one? Is this from a Star Wars film?
The Empire Strikes Back. It's Hoth.
Okay, now I just my memory is going.
Right.
Okay.
You'll recognize this one.
I've seen that one. Yes. Oh
Now,
my.
one that I made that's a little bit subtle. If you weren't an 80s kid, you will not grok this, but
Okay, so wait a minute. Is this some special Michael Jackson performance or what?
no, it's just, you know how he used to wear just one glove on one
Right.
hand?
Yes, I do remember that.
Now he's got one mitten on one hand, you see.
Yes. But I'm
Anyway.
not an 80s kid and I get it. So, I
Yeah,
shot your
well, you
argument
were,
down right there.
but you were around for the 80s, so at least you knew who Michael Jackson was. I mean, you know.
Oh my word! I'll tell you, that was a Michael Jackson I could recognize. What he became by the time he had died was, oh my word!
Horrific, yeah.
Yeah,
Uh, I'm not sure he completely had a nose by the end of it.
I'm not sure he completely had a mind. I think that he had totally lost it by then. Really?
Well, did or not, it still doesn't change the fact that the dude looked kind of like, actually, kind of like the imagery you'll see of Tyrion Lannister when it's an artist's rendering of what happened to him in the book instead of, what you see in the show.
Okay then. Okay.
Yeah. Because well,
Um.
in the book, Tyrion actually had his nose completely cut off. For the show, they just gave him a cheek scar,
Okay.
which makes sense, but still.
Yeah, Jeanette's got a point there. She says the most horrifying question was, can Trump pardon himself? Imagine the implications. I mean, really, indeed.
Well, one thing I love is that if he pardons himself, implicit in that is the admission of guilt.
Yeah, but then there's nothing you can really do about it.
Well, sure, but the point is that I mean, for someone who wants to insist that he did nothing wrong, to pardon yourself basically means you're admitting you did do something wrong.
And
Because the only reason to pardon yourself is if you're guilty.
mhm.
Now, I don't know if there's this whole like what would it be, absolution, if you just said we're never having a trial? Like I can't be convicted, so I can't be guilty, so I can't pardon myself, but I can definitely with the whole trial thing say no.
And
What would you call that?
I am not sure. Um, but the whole thing with the pardoning, can you pardon yourself? You're admitting you. I don't know how many people understand anymore that implicit within the pardon is the admission of guilt. Implicit within accepting a pardon.
Well, that's kind of what I said.
Yeah, but how many people know that?
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
think that
know.
very many do anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how many people can make logical connections at all.
Mm-hmm. And the
Because I mean,
Republicans,
there are so many times where it's just like, okay, you can get from A to C through B. And a lot of people go, yeah, but B, nah, screw that. I'm going to get to, actually, you know what? I'm going to skip and just stop at B. People just, they can't put information together anymore.
and if any of it is due to lack of education, and I think a lot of it is, well, the fascists are all happy about that because they're the ones doing it. They're
See, I'm not sure if it is a lack of education, though. I think some of it is just plain willful ignorance. Like,
okay,
I
okay.
don't care. I don't care. So many people just claim to not care about politics at all. So I'm sure a lot of people don't know stuff simply because they haven't bothered to look. It's not a matter of not having the smarts. It's a matter of not having the desire or the will to pursue certain interests. I mean, I've had my IQ tested; it's high enough, but I'm still not interested in math, chess, and chemistry. Fuck that. I mean, just because you're smart doesn't mean you're going to use it for certain specific things,
Oh,
like the
right,
movies
right.
and TV have taught us you will, because smart equals nerd equals science. You know what I mean?
Well, there's where they fall apart when you go on movies and television and whatever else. Not everybody who is brilliant plays chess. I mean, some people who are brilliant write poetry. Not very
Yeah.
many of them, but they are out there.
Well,
Um,
but I mean, this is a common complaint of mine. Is like I said, my IQ is high enough, but
well, that's what I
I
told you
went
when
in.
we first met.
But I mean, I went into the arts. Is my point. You
Hmm.
never really hear about artistic geniuses. Not really.
Right, yeah. I mean, how many recognize the genius of Ludwig van Beethoven, for example? And he was indeed a genius.
And also, it's pronounced beef oven. Watch Bill and Ted.
Okay. Oh my.
Hmm. So,
Yes, dear.
well, I mean, along completely other different lines, I've thought very seriously because it's going to be a while before I can get my COVID vaccine, right? Probably a couple of months left still. So I've thought about doing those COVID studies. Now, granted, I could easily end up in the placebo group, but
Mm.
it wouldn't be so terrible to get the vaccine earlier simply because I'm in a drug trial. But I decided against it because every instance I've seen of someone getting a COVID study has looked like medical torture porn.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure this right here is worth $1,200.
Bless ya. Yeah, I know.
So, maybe I'll just stay home and be patient.
Oh my. Well, here's the interesting thing you've got going here. Were I to be offered the vaccine right now, I'm not sure that I could justify accepting it because um, there are people who are in greater danger than I am, and I am in. I have a greater probability of dying than they do. Within the next whatever. They're going to outlive me, so
Well,
maybe I'm not going to get COVID because I'm going to be dead. You know.
well, that's why I keep saying we should have not gone into the nursing homes first, not dealt with the over 65s kind of people, because I mean, as like this is the way I keep putting it, as emotionally satisfying as it may be to save grandma, we have to stop the spread.
Yes.
And there's some studies recently, and unfortunately they've also been contradicted a little bit by other studies, but basically saying that children are actually not immune but less susceptible to the symptoms of COVID, or rather the damage that COVID will cause.
Right. Right.
And they
Right.
were saying like children are not necessarily super spreaders, or no, sorry, children are super spreaders because they're not as susceptible to the effects of COVID, right?
Right.
So
Right.
they don't know they're contagious, and they're going around spreading it to every fucking body.
Yep.
And so, but like I said, there's other studies that say that's crap. So I don't know who to believe, but I do know that I don't want schools open yet.
Well, I was just about to go there because you notice that whenever somebody opens schools, 2 weeks later there's this massive spike in COVID cases in the
Gosh,
schools.
who'd have thunk it? Who'd have
Ah.
thunk it? But all these people, they don't want to do what's necessary, especially on the right wing. What they want to do is ignore it and hope it'll go away. And that it doesn't help that that was Trump's idea, that was Trump's tactic. But even if it wasn't, just this sheer notion of, oh, I don't need to wear a mask, I won't get the COVID, or COVID isn't even real, and this, that, and the other thing, and they're just making it so much worse for all of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Von Rick, well, there it is for you. It's the catch-22 that you're describing right there, where we'll give you something that you absolutely need, but in order to get that, you have to admit what is going to get stuff lost for you. Yeah. Okay, now Jeanette says it's not a lack of education, it's a surplus of education, or more accurately, factory schooling, where children spend 12 years learning to follow and comply. Well, I'm with you there, honey.
I
I'm
never
definitely.
learned that.
Say again, honey? What?
I said, I never learned that.
What, to follow and comply?
Cha.
Well, I think you were one of the people who kind of refused to buy that, right?
Mm,
Because I'll tell you, when I was in school, they would have loved nothing more than to have everybody, comply and follow and bullshit and bullshit. Um, but I forget where I was going to go with that, so maybe I'll remember at some point. I like it. So technically, autism causes vaccines. I like that. That works.
yeah, that's nice and clever, that one.
Oh my! I like that one too. Can only please one person per day. Today I choose me. Yeah, there you go. Liking it,
Mm.
liking it.
But I mean, there are a lot of memes out there right now that are explaining just why we can't let Trump go. Like
Right,
this one. In
right.
1923, Adolf Hitler led a failed coup. He was treated leniently. Germany moved on. A decade later, he was a dictator, and the worst dictator in the history of the civilized world ensued, or worst disaster, rather. In 2021, when the President of the United States leads a failed coup, we must not move on.
Right, absolutely. And
There
nobody,
needs to be accountability. There needs to be a reckoning.
yeah, and nobody's paying attention to history. And I mean,
Mm.
Churchill was a piece of shit most of the time, but he did happen to make the point. I believe it was Churchill anyway who said that those who will not learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Well, I don't know who said that, but I don't know. Churchill, I know very little about the guy. I know what he looks like. I remember that story about that town, whatever the fuck it was called, that he let get bombed so the Germans
Yes.
didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, the Coventry was it?
I don't remember which town it
Doesn't matter.
was. Yeah,
But
but
and I know that he was very prominent in World War II and yada yada yada.
now, okay, without objective morality, everything is permissible.
That's
Um,
just a big old thing of Kit Kat.
there you go.
Uses the fuck out of me, that one.
But when you really actually look at it, there is no such thing as objective morality. People try to
Well, of
convince
course
you
there's
there
not.
is. Hmm?
It was just a joke.
Tayo korastu, mane keresto. And then I saw that one over there. Um, yeah, I love that one. Did you put that there or did you find it?
Well, I put it on my Facebook page, but I found it and then put it there.
Okay, Tayo.
This one, however, this one is all me.
Okay, then.
Mhm. Or actually, it's possible I only added the Rebel Alliance insignia.
Okay, then.
Eh, I don't know. It's a thing.
Oh, my, oh, my. And then, okay, I've got to do this thing. Now, this is
Here's another.
interesting. Hmm?
If a doctor retires and then later it's discovered they were killing patients, if a police officer quits their job and later they were planting evidence at crime scenes, would we say it's too late to do anything because they already left their job? See how silly it sounds?
Oh, it's hilarious. Yes, but that's what the fascists are counting on. Um,
Mm.
and this is the first point that somebody's got to make and get across is that the fascists are already saying that Trump got his. He's not president now. That's the extent of the accounting. That's what's already, and it's no, no. He's not
Hmm.
president now because people don't want him to be president, but he did shit then, and he's still answerable to it.
They keep trying to give him a mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's
Football.
I, I like it. I like it. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my word! I
anyway,
love every minute of it. Yeah, and this is the whole point. I know that nobody's listening, when it comes to the Senate chamber, but one way or another, the sane among us have to make our voices heard. We're not happy with this shit. I'm not.
I also need to make my voice heard.
Okay.
Well, you said the sane.
Yeah, and you too. Yeah. Oh
So I was
my.
ordering food last night because, damn it, I didn't feel like cooking and I really wanted some of that barbecue pork fried rice. And I encountered something in the menu that made me laugh.
Uh-oh.
Their vegetarian section is called the Meat Haters.
I like it. I like it.
Veggie meat hater, garlic, onion, green beans meat hater, braised tofu meat hater. This is awesome.
Now wait a
Also,
minute.
Bob Choi. Since when is it Bob Choi? But regardless, that amuses the fuck out of me. It really does.
Now wait a minute though. I'm not sure that I see $12 worth of beans on that plate. Do you?
Well, I'm sure there's more to it than just beans.
I hope so.
Well, what I mean is that like they're probably really expensive beans, and I see multiple. Ow, Columbia, that hurt. I see multiple ingredients on there. You're probably paying as much for the spices as anything else.
Okay, okay. That'll work. Oh my, that was the thing. Um, I was looking for saffron the last time I was out shopping and I couldn't find it. Darn it, darn it, darn it.
You're looking for the weird red-headed hooker from Firefly?
There you go. But it's amazing for whatever it might have been 100 milligrams of the stuff or some shit like this. Some tiny, 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 tiny amount they wanted $18. Um, less than a pinch. God, that stuff is expensive. But every
I
now and
actually I'm not sure I'd recognize it if there was a lineup of spicy tastes, and I mean taste, not what it looks like. I'm not sure I'd recognize it because I don't really know what it tastes like at all.
do you know what the inside of a crocus looks like? The little pollen carrying things.
What I said was this is about taste, not looks.
Oh, okay, okay. Well,
I
it
don't know what saffron tastes like, is what I'm
it
saying.
doesn't taste like much of anything actually. That's the
And like
interesting.
it.
It's used for the color more than anything else.
Hmm.
Um, but it is the the pollen, the anthers from a crocus flower.
Okay.
And yeah, it's amazing how many of those little things you got to snip to get even a gram of that stuff.
Hmm.
Uh huh.
I'll take your word for that.
Yep, that's pretty much. Yep, and that's what really, really gets to me as far as that goes. As far as being able to visit places. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that again, but that's another story entirely. Um,
Yeah, I man, when this pandemic is over, I picture a lot of people going on vacations. I picture a lot of travel. I picture a lot of orgies, frankly. I think that the world is going to go kind of nuts, or at least the United States will, just in terms of like our partying, our celebrating that it's over.
yeah, yeah.
And I
Um,
want to travel. I want to travel a lot. I really do. I want to leave this country for somewhere other than Canada. I want to go to a different continent entirely.
mm, Yeah, I wish I could have the money together to do something like that. It's not going to happen with me. I don't get quite enough to, you know, go to Vienna or anything like that. But at the
Mm.
very, very least, I would like to rent a car, go to Presqu'île, um, in
Okay, can you pronounce that like a normal person would, please?
Presqu'île, at the very north of Pennsylvania. It's a little spit of sand by Erie that extends into Lake Erie, and it's take fishing tackle with me, and go fishing for fuck's sake. Um,
Eh, well, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
I mean,
Me,
at the
I never.
very least, that's what I'd like to do. Yeah.
I don't see the point. You got to sit on your ass. You got to be quiet. And if you're successful, you have food that doesn't taste good. I don't, and has lots and lots of bones and guts in it, and you have to clean it yourself. Fuck that.
Oh, but that's the best part is eating your own catch.
But it's still fish.
Yes.
I don't like fish. There's only one kind of fish I'll eat. You know that.
Yeah, well. Oh, my. Oh, okay. I like it. Yeah,
Well,
that's where the picture came from. Microsai's uncle sent her a book called Quantum Mechanics for Babies when she was an infant.
hmm.
Microsai,
So that wasn't Photoshop. That's a real book.
I don't know, maybe it is. Yeah.
I never really. Okay. Well, to Amazon. Let's see. Wow. I typed in quantum. Guess what was the first thing that came up?
Alrighty then.
Looks like it's about $166 for the set. Oh no, it's Baby University, complete for babies book set. The quantum physics for babies is 2403 apparently.
Okay. Move beef.
But there is a gigantic, like, what was that, like 13 books? Hmm. I don't know, of the For Babies series apparently.
Alrighty then.
It sure would be nice if this picture would expand itself. Come on. I want to see all the titles. Oh,
Uh,
hey, here's a customer image that seems to show it. Um, so, except I can't seem to. Okay, fine. Control print screen. Jeez, why can't it just let me copy and. All right, so zoop, zooming in and now present now a window, this bad boy, and go. So it looks like we have optical physics for babies, evolution for babies, general relativity for babies, astrophysics for babies, neural networks for babies, quantum physics, Bayesian probability, nuclear physics. Let's see, rocket scientist, blockchain. I've never heard of that one. Up to now, I've heard everything. I don't know what the hell blockchain is. Statistical physics for babies, quantum entanglement, electromagnetism, quantum information, quantum computing, robotics, organic chemistry, and Newtonian physics.
Yay.
Um, I'm so glad we have Newtonian physics now because the old Newtonian physics were so bad.
Yes, indeed. Tayo korostu.
So turns out there's an entire set. Who knew?
I want that set. Oh
Hmm.
my. It's got to be hilarious. Oh my, oh my, oh
I don't
my.
know. Is it? Because as I understand it, what they said was that it's really like for dummies, but not actually for dummies apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I'm trying to read the product description and it's not expanding properly. There it is. So it says here, written by an expert, Quantum Physics for Babies is a colorfully simple introduction to the principle that gives quantum physics its name. Babies and grown-ups will discover that the wild world of atoms never comes to a standstill. With a tongue-in-cheek approach that adults will love, this installment of the Baby University Board book series is the perfect way to introduce basic concepts to even the youngest scientists. After all, it's never too early to become a quantum physicist.
I like it. I like it. Yep.
Eh,
I'd love to read that. to see how it's presented. But
Mm.
yeah, what the heck. But yeah, going back to fishing, some of my best memories going out with my uncle in his little 13-footer, little boat there, with a case of beer, couple boxes of cigars. We're drinking beer, smoking cigars. I'm 14. You know, hauling the
Oh,
fish in one after another.
I said, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, okay. And then yeah, oh my word, we hauled in dinner and then we hauled in for the next few days, man. I mean, the fishing was good that day. We really didn't even have to bait the hooks. It was just throw something on there, throw it in there, and already there's okay, fine. Oh my, oh my.
Well, to mash together our two topics,
Yes, dear.
when quantum physicists, or no, sorry, not quantum physicists, nuclear physicists go on vacation into the woods near a lake or something, they've gone fishing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Although, if there's not enough of them, then it's fusion.
Yeah, already then. Mm-hmm.
All right, and I'll just be over here.
Yeah, we found out, honey, that it's a real book, and I tell you, I'd love to read that book just to see how it's presented. Really.
Hmm.
Um, I
Okay,
don't know.
I've gone way back in my Facebook pictures list, and like it hasn't even been the nomination yet in those pictures, so I'm gonna go back to the top.
Oh my.
Did you ever read Calvin? I did. Sorry, Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh yes, I dearly love Kelvin and Hobbes, and I have
And
some of
did
the
you ever?
collections.
And did you ever watch How I Met Your Mother?
No.
Okay, because for anyone who has, what I've realized is that Doug the bouncer is clearly a grown-up Mo.
Oh, okay.
Clearly, I mean,
Clearly.
hell, if you watch the show, he's about as dumb and he loves to fight. So, I mean, and you look, he's got the hair and the build and everything. That is clearly a grown up Mo.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, that's just something I realized last night and had to make the meme.
Well, Jeanette, both of those books existed. Yeah, quantum physics and quantum entanglement. Um, so who knows?
Quantum entanglement was a bit of a love triangle thing.
Yes.
You know,
Oh, bourgeois moi.
yes, bourgeois moil.
Yeah, piece of advice to everybody out there: never buy crackling from a moil.
Right? Did you say crackling?
Yes, I did. Do you know what crackling is?
I know a lot of things that could be called crackling, from things that have been crackled to crackling oat bran. So you're gonna have to be a lot more specific.
Oh, okay. It's the name Southerners give the bits of sausage that are fried until they're really, really crispy.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I don't live in the South.
Okay,
Never have.
and then
Probably never will.
it ends up in something called crackling gravy. Yeah, MAGA can't
Nope.
fly anymore. I like it.
Yeah. Did I ever do the song I wrote? Well, or rather, the lyrics that I wrote for an already established song?
I don't know.
No, I'm trying to remember all of it, but it was like, if they won't let you fly, it's your fault because you tried some insurrection and assault, and now I can't remember the rest of the two. I don't know. So like, I don't know. I can't remember the rest of it, but it was fun. I liked it. There is some joy to be had in making up songs, like making up
Mm-hmm.
lyrics to other songs for comedic effect. Someone posted a picture of xenomorphs from the Alien series, looking like the album cover to some Queen album or something. So I had to take the beginning of Bohemian Rhapsody and turn it into an Aliens thing, and that was fun.
Alrighty then. And yes,
You know,
oh,
it was like in the Nostromo, down on the colony, surrounded by Xenos, no escape that I can see. Something like that. I forget. It's, you know. And then, of course, naturally, the Weird Al polka version of the song popped into my head because, you know, I know Weird Al better than the real things.
okay. I know the feeling, Jeanette. The whole hyperlexic thing. I cannot remember a time when I did not know how to read.
Mm.
I know I was reading by the age of 2. I know.
Not really sure when reading kicked in for me. I know that, like, I really wanted to learn to read, and I guess like my few attempts at it did not go off successfully, partly because no one was teaching me, and I was looking at, like, say for example, the word little. You don't know the rules. You know, it looks like lititly or lititlay or something. You know, I mean, if you don't know that those two T's together form one sound, it gets confusing.
Mm.
You know, it's like as soon as I was taught the rules, then I was reading, but I needed someone to lay down the rules first.
Uh huh. Okay. Okay.
You know, and that didn't happen until school. Sure, I watched a fair amount of Sesame Street, but it stayed pretty basic. You know.
That's the interesting thing is how much has changed just in the time between my being 4 years old and you being 4 years old. Uh, you were so lucky. You had the Sesame Street. You had
The
what's
Electric
the
Company,
thank
Mr.
that's
Rogers.
the stuff I'm looking for. Yeah, where
Hmm.
it really helped you guys along. Where, and I'm 4 years old in 1961, and you didn't have any of that stuff. And somehow, still, well, basically, what I went and did was pestered adults. I have a book under my arm, and I marched up to a convenient adult and say, "You're gonna read this to me, and you're gonna point out the words as you read them." And I plop into the no. I'm told that that's what I did, and
I never did that.
I learned to read that way, as far as I understand. Because I mean, by the time I was in kindergarten, okay, I'm 5 years old. I'm reading at what, like a fourth grade level or whatever they decided, whatever it was. So yeah, I mean, when I'm 3 years old, it had to be up there as well. Maybe I'm reading Dick and Jane when I'm 3. Um, but oh
Well, I
my.
know I way exceeded my reading level as soon as, like I said, I knew the ruls. As soon as I knew the
Mm.
rules, I they couldn't stop me, but I needed that instruction first.
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Actually, it's
word.
funny because I've said something very similar. Like I don't make a lot of money on YouTube. Patreon is where the real money is.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it's
There you
very
go.
similar. Now back to the environment, and not and COVID actually, when you think about it. But
There you go. Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
can't believe it's all going to end. It could be worse. How? We could have been told how to prevent it and done nothing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's just I'm to the point where they don't care, so maybe I just don't have to care either. Existentially not care. I mean, were I to be given the opportunity to do something constructive about it, of course, I'd be on it. But I don't have that ability. I'm not given it, and it's okay. Well, I'm gonna die anyway. It's just a matter of when and how. So okay.
You know, I think I remember those lyrics now. Let's see. What was it? Okay, so if they won't let you fly, it's your fault because you tried some insurrection and assault. If they revoked your boarding pass because you were a traitorous ass, something like that, and that's why you can't fly. It's your fault, something like that. I don't know. I'll have to find it, but I remember now. It was something about revoking your boarding pass.
Okay, foo-foo.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Anywho,
Oh man, Von Rick. I tell you, I don't know how many people there actually ever were that really did consider California a part of the South. I mean, it didn't work that way during the Civil War.
well, okay, but usually when I think of the South, the first thing that pops into my head is more like cowboys. You know what I mean? Like Civil War era stuff, sure, but more Wild West, really. You know what I mean?
Okay, then. Yeah.
Like 1800s, mid to late 1800s, I guess.
I was going to say, how many people are there out there? And what I'm saying is that there are a whole shitload of them that don't realize that the Wild West was a lot more recent than they think it is. Because you're going into the early 20th century with that shit.
But I mean, well, when did the Pony Express start up?
That was right around the time of the Civil War, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so here we go. April 3rd, 1860. Oh, well, that didn't last very long, did it? October 26th, 1861
Right.
is when it stopped. Okay. Well, but I mean, like, okay, there's this TV show that I only watched because the girl who I was crushing on in high school was watching it, called The Young Riders, which was a Western about a group of like youngsters. Well, I say youngsters, college age youngsters, who um like were joining the Pony Express, and the whole thing was about them, the young riders, you see, the Pony
Yes.
Express.
Yes.
And so uh like that is the kind of thing I think of when I think of a Western, because it's very, very much a Western.
Mm-hmm.
um and so I guess we are indeed talking about the mid 1860s.
Moo.
Let's see, I probably should have been pulling up imagery of it already, but they had one character. You get those stories like, yeah, she joined up with the military before women were allowed in by disguising herself as a boy.
Okay.
They totally had that character here. Like, here's the token Native American dude. Here's the dude who can hear but he's mute. Here's the young guy they all call Kid. Here's the guy with the chip on his shoulder. Here is Lou. She's the one that disguised herself as a boy, and then you got the sort of roguish, silly one. The ladies' man, but he thinks he's a ladies' man. He's not really. And he's the one who cracks all the jokes.
Okay, move
It's
beef.
it's also one of the Baldwins.
Oh, okay.
You know the Baldwin brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's one of them. So yeah. Oh, hey, here's the rest of the cast too, because there were other people. Right, here's the old guy that trains everybody, and here's the woman that cooks all the food and cleans the house. And here's the local marshal, I want to say. I don't think he was a sheriff. Who helps keep order in the town. That's pretty much the whole core cast right there.
Okay, then.
Yeah. The woman who played Lou, she's actually, well, really dead right now. She had cancer, and it progressed really quickly, and yeah. But the thing is, like, I don't know, does she, like she only disguised herself as a guy to get the job? Does that qualify as trans?
There are some who would claim so. I would not necessarily,
I'm not sure I would either.
because unload on me if you want to, but to me, a necessary part of trans is the identification. So I will say, for example, that a drag queen is not necessarily trans. A drag queen might well be an actor.
Hmm. Well, I'm not sure because there are definitely people out there who will insist that anyone who does drag is trans,
Yes,
even
there are.
here, if here they are the same as they are there. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
absolutely. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and yeah, there are. Oh boy, are there ever. Um,
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure where I fall on that one.
okay.
I mean, I could go either way. I would need convincing one way or the other.
I mean, this is where it's coming from when I say to you or say to anyone else, I was wishing for the longest time that I could have been a cross dresser because that would have been so much easier on me.
Hmm.
So, the whole point of, wearing the clothing and even making the presentation out in public, that's not enough as far as I'm concerned to place me in the trans category. Um, it had to be an identification sort of thing. I am a woman. I am Diana Clarion. And, like it or not, here I am.
Hmm.
Um,
Are you like a hurricane?
Pretty much. And yeah, Von Rick, yeah, you've got it. Most drag queens Von Rick knows are not trans, and most I know are not trans.
Or well, I suppose that depends on again how you define trans, doesn't it? Because there are people who will insist that presentation is enough, and I can see their point, but I also see yours.
Okay, okay.
I mean, because you'll get people arguing that gender's a spectrum. You know that there's not some like masculine or feminine threshold you have to cross to qualify.
Right, right, yeah.
It's
Mm-hmm.
pretty mushy. So I can see how they might reasonably, make the case that drag equals trans.
I mean, in my own case, I had a hell of a time with it. A lot of fighting with myself, in the sense that, okay, am I? Is this what I am? I would ask. I can remember the day I was sitting on my bed in my room alone, crying, literally tears. Am I like Christine Jorgensen? And what the hell do I do if I am? So, I mean, I understood the whole Christine Jorgensen thing. I understood that uh, she saw herself as a woman rather than a man. And I'm asking myself, am I like that? Because I already knew that I was in more shit than I already was, if that's what was the case.
Well, one thing that I wonder sometimes, I mean, there is so much leeway these days in the gender presentation of women. Like it's okay now to not wear a dress. You can wear jeans, you can wear t-shirts, all of that stuff. And I wonder with so much leeway, how many trans men don't realize that's what they are because they can present however the hell they like.
Okay, okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, I've wondered about that from time to time, but really only when the subject comes up.
Yeah, I know the sentence that was uttered, and I forget who uttered it, and it was a while back. But uh, when a woman wears men's clothing, it's high fashion. When a man wears women's clothing, it's perversion. But there's that point where it has been for a long time okay for a woman to present in a business suit for the whole three-piece suit, necktie, and a whole thing like that. Um, I remember the whole fight that was going on. I was in middle school at the time when you changed from the girls had to wear dresses or skirts or whatever to they were now allowed to wear slacks because that whole gender thing was enforced that rigidly.
Well, what I wonder
Yes, dear.
is like if we were living in some weird society where there was no gendered clothing at all. I'm picturing some sort of like THX 1138 kind of business where
Okay.
everyone's
Okay.
dressed as gender neutral as possible,
Mm-hmm.
what, what would that do to people who cross dress? Because I've often wondered, like the idea that we even have gendered clothing is just a human construction. So someone going, I want to wear that instead and buck the cultural norm. Well, I mean, what do they? But like, what if that clothing didn't exist? What would they be wanting to wear?
Well, there you've got a very valid point, at least about the outer layer of clothing. With it's all the same. So cross dressing is not a thing. Now, um, does the guy also want to wear a bra? Because okay, let's face it, that is a woman's apparel that does not necessarily pertain to a guy unless you're
Well, it's
Donald Trump
a
and have
functional.
moobs, you know?
Well, it's a functional item far more than the rest of clothing.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. Most clothing, when it's not there to make us look stylish, is usually there to keep us warm and prevent people from seeing our junk. You know what I mean?
Yep, yep. Yep.
So, I mean, but something like a bra, on the other hand, keeps these from sagging.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's much more functional than the rest of clothing, really.
Although there are the guys out there who identify that with femininity and even fetishize over it, and just because it's something a woman would normally wear, they've got this big thing for it. I mean, they do
Why?
exist.
But I mean, that's the thing is I don't really get the motivation. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, this is why I'm saying if we had no gendered clothing, what would they want?
Well, there you go. If there was absolutely no gendered clothing, there would be nothing for them to want. Yeah, and
But
cross dressing would go bye bye.
whatever is compelling them to cross dress would still be there.
I don't know.
It'd still be part of their mind. It'd still be part of the makeup of who they are, the gestalt of their personality. So if we have no gender thing, would they be left with this general feeling of something's not right here, but I don't know what it is, or what?
Okay, now with respect to a trans person, okay, let's with respect to me, were there no gendered clothing at all, I'm thinking I would still have felt the way I did, and it would have been more or less the way I felt. It something ain't not right here. I feel like her, or at least my conception of her, more than I do him, or my conception of him. So it wouldn't be confined to clothing. It would be confined to whatever else there would be. Now, for a crossdresser whose main motivation is going out there in a dress and high heels, I'm not so sure that would exist anymore.
But that's not the question, though. Because sure, they might not have access to the things, they might not even have knowledge of the things that today is their focus, but that doesn't mean there wouldn't be something in their head that says, I want something. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to not crave bacon if you've never had it, but bacon also, like liking bacon is also a norm. But cross dressing, just based solely on the numbers, is not a norm. I'm not going to go so far as to say it's not normal. It's just not a
Well, yeah, I
norm.
do
If you
know
see,
where you're coming
see
from.
the
Yes.
distinction. I just want to clarify,
Yeah.
because you're not the only one listening.
Right.
But I mean, like something somewhere would make them go, I want to do something other than what I'm doing. Or would it? I don't know. I mean, that's the problem is again, gendered clothing is a human construction. It's just something we came up with, but it's not necessary. I mean, hell, you look in Scotland, you got guys running around in kilts for fake.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
so it just like the fact is that humans could be walking around naked, and cross dressers would still have something that's different. I mean, just the same way if we didn't. Well, no, this isn't quite the same, but I mean, like if I didn't know that sex existed, it's lesbian. If I didn't know other people existed, didn't even know that sexual attraction was a thing, didn't know romance was a thing because I'd lived alone my entire, still gonna be a lesbian up here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, 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 yeah.
you'll still have a cross dresser who's a cross dresser up there, except that cross dressing isn't a thing. It can't be. So what does that say about the fact that we have a syndrome that exists specifically because we came up with clothing that is sex specific? That's a weird, like, is that some sort of evolutionary thing? Did people develop that trait over time? I mean,
Well,
it doesn't seem like there'd be enough time for that to be selected for, but still.
well, Von Rick just said here, Roman males pretty much wore what would be considered dresses. So, yeah, you've got something there with maybe a point against cross-dressing in a society where there is no particular gendered piece of clothing anyway. It's
Well, go on.
I mean, it's yeah, not like there was any difference between the togas that he wore and she wore. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, oh, well, speaking of which, to bring all of this together,
Oh boy.
one thing I read about recently, like a month ago, that amused the fuck out of me. Like, we go to concerts or movies or we watch TV or whatever, and we become fans and we get T-shirts and stuff with stuff from the movie, TV show, whatever on it. Well, apparently, back in the Coliseum days when they had gladiators, they sold swag out in front of the arena. Like you could go and buy like a Zagnar the Killer toga, with like a painting of him on it or some shit. Like they know treated it like a sporting event, complete with the gift store. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, I saw that, and it wasn't you saying it because I think I saw that on Twitter or something. You don't go there anymore, but I did pick up something about that, and that would surprise the heck out of me that you had that commercial aspect. I could see now that it's mentioned how it would be the case, but it's something I hadn't thought of before. And
Well, I always thought it was a modern thing, the buying T-shirts and merchandise. I didn't know that I don't know. I,
yeah,
I thought
yeah,
it was more of a 20th century thing, is what I'm saying.
yeah, I know where you're coming from on that one. Yeah, Mage. Okay, I'm making some guesses on the age here. I'm thinking you're a good bit
Mm,
younger. You're a good bit younger than I am. You say your grandfather wore what was basically a dress as a small child. My so-called father wore a dress as a not all that small child. I've got pictures of him.
I've seen
Um,
pictures of those garments before too. It's kind of wacky.
Now he
But
had
but again, it makes you wonder what a cross-dresser be wearing in that day and age.
yeah. I mean, okay, he had three older sisters, and maybe he's wearing their hand-me-downs, but no, that's not necessarily the case. Because as far as I understand it, in that era, say 1930 and before, it was not unusual to dress your boys in dresses at the age of, like 4 or 5. Uh, and then somehow, just like it was a rite of passage to wear trousers whose legs went down to your ankles. You graduated from short pants to long pants.
Which
So,
is something I find so strange when I hear about it. Like I've read about that. I've seen it in movies and stuff. I've never really quite understood Like okay, now that you've qualified, you get to wear a longer garment. That's just so fuck.
And that actually existed when I was young. I hated that necessity of wearing the short pants, which is really weird because when I was a boy, I hated short pants. Anymore, no problem at all. I actually like them, but it's just that change of viewpoint, I guess. But yeah, I'm 7 or 8 years old, and I hated the short pants. Absolutely.
Well, and apparently, like a lot of what we consider gender norms have been swapped, maybe even multiple times. Like pink used to be a boy color,
Yes.
and blue is a girl color.
Yes.
Little things like that. It's just it's weird, but well, humans. What you gonna do? So, okay, I have a question.
I have all the
Maybe someone
answers.
is this chick's tits upside down? Because I mean, some people have tried to say, "Oh, it's 0G," but I'm like, she has underboob cleavage up here.
That
Seriously, if I were to Photoshop this and flip it over, it would look more normal.
that looks inverted to me. Yes, it does.
I am so confused by that imagery.
Or a very, very badly fitting bra.
I just did.
Balacosta
It was something I
palike.
noticed. Yeah. Now, here's the thing: if you were like, a hypnotist, and you did the golden watch in front of someone, and you gave them the mental command to wear clothing of the other gender, are they now a transvestite?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah,
Yay!
uh, this is where my brain goes when I let it.
Oh, scheiße, 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 zu viel Scheiße. Es ist scheißvoll. Jeanette knows what I'm talking about.
I sure don't.
It's what it sounds like.
Oh,
Scheißvoll is full of shit.
oh. Actually, I probably could have figured that out, but my brain went somewhere to pratfall with it, and well,
Oh, Von Rick wants to know, but are they a sweet transvestite?
from Transylvania.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
It's amazing when I think about it that I have seen that film only once.
Oh, I've seen it literally dozens of times. But of course, it was in the theater with a bunch of other people. You can do the callback lines. So.
Agfu. I mean, I was kind of enjoying just sitting there watching the audience. Oh, look, it's a kitty. Hi, kitty, kitty. Hi, Columbia.
Mm. Hi, baby. How are ya? Come here. See, the thing about Columbia is she's very timid about lap sits. Like you can be as inviting as hell and she looks like she wants to, but then she'll just walk the fuck away. I found that the only way to get her to actually get in my lap is to just ignore her.
This is the one I don't quite understand. I mean, how long have you been her human? And she hasn't got the point yet?
Some cats are just like that. I mean, seriously, like, okay, have you ever gone to someone's house and they have pets? Doesn't have to be a cat. And the instant you walk in, they bolt and hide for the entire time you're there. Because some of my friends back in Seattle, they had two cats that were just like that. Didn't matter who it was, wasn't just me. So don't go typing that in the chat, you assholes. But every time anyone would come over that wasn't a member of the family, those cats would fuck off and hide.
Oh my! Well, Sylvia is halfway like that. Some stranger comes over, she's the hell out of the room, but give her about half an hour, and she comes, timiding her way back in. Who is that? Oh, hi. And they end up all friendly. And this is what surprised the shit out of me. when Strike came here, and the first thing Sylvia did was jump into his lap. She'd
Hmm.
never done that with anyone else, just Jeff.
Well, I don't know if it'll be different now that Xander's here, but whenever a stranger comes by, Columbia will go right up to them. So, of
Okay,
course,
okay.
Xander is a lot more gregarious than she is, and he might beat her to it. But also, I can't tell you how many times Columbia has been like right there where you just saw her, and she's looking like she wants to get in my lap, and I'm trying to coax her up there, and the next thing I know, Xander.
All right, all right.
You know,
Oh my.
like I've learned that if I want her to sit and not to be usurped by Xander or even superseded by Xander. I'm not going to say the other word I was looking at. Like I have to not coax her with sound. I can't because that will attract Xander. I have to just either gestures or ignore her and hope she takes a sit.
Okay. And Jeanette, I know people like that. Yes. Um, that some days, okay, here's the guy. Hey, I just feel like wearing a dress today. Fuck it. And it's okay, fine. You do you, as they say. Okay, Jeanette says that the character you showed is wearing an extreme push-up bra. Actually, though, they do look upside down. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it just looked so upside down that because it was in the suit, like you didn't have a deep neckline to be able to see what the hell was going on.
But I'm with you on this one, Kate, where you're saying she's got the whole underboob thing going up here.
And I mean, some people have argued that it's 0G, but I don't think
Mm,
I don't think it can do that to you. It'd have to be backwards G. She'd have to be hanging by her ankles somewhere.
I don't think I've ever seen that with any woman I've seen in 0G. I mean, anywhere from Sally Ride to present.
You know, there are some things they never really address. Like things I've wondered about. Well, but like you go up to the station, and the next thing you know, it's your time of the month, and you're in zero gravity.
I've been in discussions about that, and I don't think we ever really resolved anything. Because I've wondered that. Do you have to work on some suction principle, or is there going to be enough of a flow going that you don't need anything in 0G?
Well, I mean, this has come up in other cases as well. Like, one of my favorite childhood authors, William Sleater, he would write young adult sci-fi, basically. Like middle school to high school age sci-fi. And one of them was called The House of Stairs. And it was basically like a bunch of orphans are put into this completely featureless area. They're not even sure it's a building, and it's nothing but stairs and white as far as they can see. It looks like Seattle in there, except it has no horizon. Right? Like they can't
Okay.
even tell their walls, and it's just bright ass white. Except they find this food dispenser that only acts if they do certain things. Basically, it's a Pavlovian conditioning thing, right?
Okay.
But these kids are in there for months with no adults, no changes in clothing, no nothing. And they're all high school age. And three of them are girls. And they never address what the hell they do.
Okay then.
And I mean, it was written by a guy, he probably didn't even think of it. But you're stuck for multiple months in a place, one set of clothing, a very small sort of, it's a combination of toilet and water fountain. The way they did it sounded sort of like a downward pointing bidet where it's got the bowl but nothing collects in it, and the water shoots this way around the bowl. So if you want any, you basically have to like that, but that's also where you pee and poo.
Oh,
It's
great.
kind of,
Yay.
but the thing is, like if that's all you've got, and you can't even just properly cleanse your BO, let alone your naughty bits, and it's not like they're freely dispensing tampons. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
Like, what do you do?
Yeah, we never really resolved anything. I suppose. I mean, I know a few people um, at NASA that might be able to answer the question, but I've never really had the thought of asking. Although maybe now I can make a note. Okay, let's ask this particular person here and see what they say. I had two or three people and who might know. They might not, but they might. And, go from there. And then maybe if I come up with an answer, I can bring it here. Um,
I mean, great. I get why you wouldn't necessarily address that in a young adult book, but at the same time, well,
I like it. Yeah, it's not that I like it, but I like it. Yep.
yeah, well, how about that one? Holy crap, is it seriously 6 p.m. already? I have to feed the kitties.
It just turned 6. Yep.
Okay, well, that explains why Columbia was bitching. Now, so the question becomes, do I break for dinner and feed the cats as well, or do I feed the cats and come back?
Do you particularly have any preference?
Well, let's see. It's Tuesday. It is dinner time. Uh,
I mean, if you do want to eat, go ahead. By all means. It's. I mean, I will miss you horribly.
oh, if you work at it, you can make it better.
Ah, shit. I mean, eventually you're going to have enough of me. Well, no, you already do, but that's another, it's another story entirely. Oh my. Um, no, really, as your preference goes. I mean, I would not mind you coming on back, but let's defer to what you want this time around.
Right. Um, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I guess the question becomes then what would I do if I left? What activity? I mean, I already did a shot for Queen Redshift today. So I really don't have anything planned. I do need exercise. I think one of the reasons I've been sleeping shitty is because I don't have the exercise. But
Ah, okay.
and I also need the dinner. I suppose I should go.
Okay. I can live with that as far as that goes. I hope everybody. I love that thing you just put up, and
Yeah,
it's yeah. Oh boy, is that true? Judged by a jury of the peers, not a jury of the co-conspirators, and unfortunately, this is exactly what's happening.
I guess my question is, does he even have peers?
Well, he thinks that he's above everybody.
Yes, but does he have peers?
Well, I was just thinking about this sort of thing.
Okay,
Um,
yes or no, because I do have to feed the cats. So, quick it up,
yeah,
please.
I think that he does have peers. Um, at least in the sense that there are some people who are socially equivalent to him. Whether that peerage is a good thing or not is another story.
Okay, but the question was, could he be tried by a jury of his peers? Does he have an E?
Okay, now whether he could be tried or not, I don't think he can be fairly tried at all because I.
That's not the question. That's not the question. If we were to have a jury trial and you got 12 people in that jury box, are they his peers? It's a yes no question.
I'm gonna have to say no. The way you're
Okay then.
phrasing the question, I'm gonna have to just to get the idea across. I don't necessarily 100% believe no, but yeah, that's gonna have to be the answer.
All right. Well, in that case, I will catch you like the plague. Have
Okay,
fun.
hon, take care. Be good or something.
I will not. Laters.
Okay. Oh my. Okay, so we've got me over here. I'm not going to stick around too much longer, but okay, how do we do? There we go. Yeah, it's. I was just thinking earlier today. Would it be possible to fairly try Donald Trump in a court of law? And I don't think it'll be possible at all because there will be too many minds made up about. He's already tried. So, a trial would simply be getting what people have to say, what they think. They want him to be guilty or they want him to be not guilty. Um, and this is unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate because he's going to have to face something for the things he has done. And it's going to be really difficult to obtain justice. Oh my, oh my. Jumping jacks. Jumping jack flash? No, huh? Oh, balocotesta. Mete perrota por quise. And I have no idea what I just said. But I have a feeling that we're going to have at least another couple shows of stuff to do on this. And maybe there's somebody I need to give a call. Well, a couple people, actually. I had tried getting hold of Luciano Gonzalez, and he had things to do today, unfortunately, so he was not able to join us. For those of you who don't know Luciano, he kind of fell into the job of the Lavender political correspondent, and he's really good with this stuff, but unfortunately, he had some other stuff to do, and it was on short notice. So maybe another day, maybe another Sunday or Tuesday. We'll see what happens, because he's really good with this stuff. And Von Rick, unfortunately, I do live in the same country you do, and I understand that the rich and powerful rarely, if ever, answer for the crimes. And this is unfortunate. We've got to find some way of assuring or ensuring or whatever accountability. And it really cannot be done the way things are now, or the way things have been for a good long time. The rich and powerful have got away with a whole shitload over the years, over the decades, over the centuries. Only very rarely do you see any semblance of justice when it comes to those folks. But yeah, I don't know how to do it. I really don't. Um, I mean, at this point, things, to my eyes, have never been so partisan. Now, I'm not saying that there has never been any partisanship. Uh, those of you who were around in 1973 will know that Watergate started out partisan, but as the evidence piled up, even the Nixon supporters finally said, "Look, Dick, we can't do this. You're guilty. It's been shown. We're going to have to do something." But you don't get that even now. I mean, now you get, yeah, we know you're guilty and we're going to let you off. How to fix that? I don't know. I mean, do we have to have another layer of accountability? Does the criminal have to be held accountable by some group? And then that group held accountable by some other group. And then, where does it stop when you have to do that? Wow. Yeah, well, I've thought of the whole new Constitution stuff on Rick, and I don't know how one would go about defining the things that need to be defined. Because you'd have to think of everything, and even then, there would be some cracks for shit to slip through. Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. Do we have enough time given how fast we're destroying the climate? No, we don't. I mean, even in the position I'm in, I may actually live to see the ultimate destruction of Earth because it's happening so quickly. And you guys already know I'm not going to be around that long. Well, okay, Jeanette, you got a point there. I mean, it's not possible to try him because he lacks the capacity to participate in his own defense because he's insane. Um, Actually, there's got to be some way to take care of that because um, was Manson, for example, good old Chucky, able to participate in his own defense because he was definitely and I don't know if they did the whole insanity plea or not. I can't remember. But he ended up, spending the rest of his life in the Hoosgow. Well, one thing you could conceivably do, Von Rick, is if you declared him dangerously insane, perhaps you could put him away in a mental hospital for the rest of his life. Okay, thank you, honey. Okay, so he was determined, competent to stand trial. Yeah, I don't know that Trump is competent to stand trial, but there's got to be something out there to take care of his position if he does have to stand before a judge, right? Because I mean, even people who are declared insane spend the rest of their lives in some cases in the loony bin, which would be fine with me. Put Trump in the nut house. Just get him off the street, for Christ's sake. Oh, I don't know. It's just something I didn't want to see this country living through. It's living through. And of course, the whole thing is the U.S. is living through this because there are enough people here who are batshit crazy. I mean, the fascist party, the fascists have taken a firm hold here. Something I never wanted to imagine would be the case, but it is. Wait a minute. I left very left, so my opinions may not reflect in the U.S. Oh, yeah. Well, you and I both, honey. I mean, I'm slightly to the left of Bernie Sanders. So, yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, my. I cannot remember where that comes from, but I do know the sentiment. Let's see what we've got here. I'm missing something here. Oh, okay, there we go. Dickens. Okay, the Pickwick Papers, yeah. I'm gonna have to. I have not read that actually. I'm gonna have to go and find that and peruse it with my eyes. No, I don't want to get rid of that. Yeah, ASCII art is difficult here in this particular format. You're just gonna have to do it on Twitter. That's all. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay then. Okay. Um, I don't even know whether there is still a facility for the criminally insane here in Pennsylvania. Um, I remember a time when there was one. Um, I know a few people who were sent there. Um, I just can't remember the name. But it was, well, it also housed non criminally insane, if you will. But yeah, there were definitely for the criminally nutballs. Malignant narcissism is a very serious disorder indeed. Yes, yes, people are capable of damn near anything. Oh my! And this is the major reason that we've got to get Donald Trump out of the public view. I mean, as long as he is available, accessible to a number of people, a large number of people, there's always a danger. Yeah. I mean, look at the way people worship him. And yes, they worship the man, they believe him to be a god. And it's a formula for trouble. I mean, when extreme God botherers already think that someone who actually does exist is a god, we got a problem. Big, 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 big problem. Or, bigly a problem, as one might say. And unfortunately, I cannot advocate getting him off the street any way possible. I may have to change my mind later. But, yeah, it's. If there's anybody we need off the street, if there has been anyone we've needed off the street within my lifetime, it is Donald John Trump. Um, we can sweep up the rest of them. There are quite a few more people we need off the street, but Trump is the first one. definitely. Oh my word, I just don't know anymore. I don't know. If anybody does know, please let me know because I just don't. At any rate, it's amazing. I've still got 7 people who are willing to put up with me. I don't know. What is wrong with you people anyway? Oh my! Actually, we kind of are, Jeanette. Yeah, this is rather like Victorian England. Mm-hmm. Yeah, which was not all that fun a time and place. You want to know about that? You want to go to the YouTube channel called Absolute History. And quite a bit on the various uh, periods in British history. Yeah, I mean, maybe there has been, but I was too young to recognize it. The partisanship. As I say, what I do remember is that I mean, Watergate started partisan, but in the end, even the Republicans finally said, you got to go, Dick. Um, in a minute. Pennsylvania Haunted House. Not the one I'm thinking of. Although the one I'm thinking of, if I remember correctly, the name did begin with a P. It's one of the few mental hospitals, at least as far as I know, still operating here in Pennsylvania. Okay, here we go. Tayo Korastu. Oh. None of the names I see apply to that hospital, so I guess they've closed that one too, maybe? That's interesting. And it is stuff and things. I mean, it's just been so long since I've known anybody in that system or anything that a lot may have changed out from under me. Um, I mean, the time at which I knew about this place was early 90s. Uh huh. Yeah. Um, Jeanette is absolutely correct here. It's not only that Trump remains at large, but also that this country has a serious, stupid problem. Mm hmm. Okay, yeah, there you go. I like that font, Rick. For those not reading, it's there was that bad political joke. Liz and Marjorie were both up for reprimand when Marjorie said Satan was running the country now. Liz spoke up and said, "No, my dad is retired." Scheiße, scheiße, zu viel Scheiße. Yeah, that amazes me. It truly, truly amazes me that we've got the nutcases in government. They are in the Senate. They are in the House. They are in the various levels of state government. Um, it is absolutely the case that the lunatics are running the asylum. Um, yeah, we're in big trouble until we can find a way to get the fascists, for example, out of government. And I don't know that anything we can do is actually going to be of any help. As long as any of them have any say in anything that goes on, of course they're going to protect themselves. Okay, I can see your point, Von Rick. I just don't know. Well, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and say it, and I'll get it over with, and you can all castigate me for having said it. It's just want I want to be dead before the rest of it. The shoe drop. Rest of the shoe drops. Oh well. Every night before I go to bed, I hope and I fervently wish that I will not wake up the next morning, and unfortunately, I keep waking up. So, what do you do? Anyway, what can I say? I can say a lot, but does any of it mean anything? I don't know. I just don't know. I disagree, Jeanette. I disagree. It's not that Watergate might turn out differently if it happened now. Watergate would turn out differently were it to happen now. Um, Absolutely would. The fascists in power would have seen to that. It would happen. And this is what really gets me. Makes me want to cry, literally. That we're fighting against people who understand, not merely know, but understand the wrongdoing, and are still fine with it. They're willing to say, yes, these people have committed serious wrongs, but it's okay. So, I don't know. What does Von Rick has to say here? It has been on most Republican state platforms since early 2000 stated part of the goal is to get rid of critical thinking being taught in public schools. Yes, true. Absolutely. Yeah, and this is where I'm saying that, the fascists are intent on destroying education. That, part of the problem is that people are not being educated. It's not the schooling, it's the education. Um, you know, put people in schools. It's easy enough, and then you can teach them anything, but it's not of value, I guess. Well, okay, I'll give you that much. Jeanette says they're not just loony, a lot of them are also stupid. Have you heard some of the things that come out of Louis Gohmert's mouth? The man is a blithering idiot. Yes, absolutely. Um, and I don't think he's putting on an act. Oh, my. I don't know. Is it possible to teach lunacy? I know lunacy is heritable, but is it also teachable? I don't know. Moo. Uh, Honey, why are you ripping my chair into shreds? I mean, it's something I fall back on with regard to religion, is that it might be possible to call religion a form of mental illness that is taught. I know I would not be, I am not popular at all for holding that particular, call it a position, asking that question. And yes, absolutely, religion is taught. Okay, okay. Because one of the things I've wondered, I mean, is the underlying condition, if you want to say there is, well, there you go, Von Rick. Yeah, it's one thing I wonder about is the underlying framework. Um, because I guess it takes a mindset to become a religious extremist. Oh well, but that is a topic for another show and another set of guests, I suppose. Not much, honey. Not much. I am not of any. What's the word I'm looking for? I have little to think of that's good of the world that Microsci will inherit. Yeah, and well, this is one thing I've been wondering for a long time, and well, so is Kate actually. Um, how do you get that other 50% to the polls? And I'm going to say here, I don't see the entire reason they're not at the polls to be apathy. I'm seeing concerted effort to keep people away from the polls. I mean, look at what the fascists in Georgia. Look what they're doing now. They're making it more difficult to vote again. Because in most ways we still have a minority government, and the minority government still wants to govern. They're trying their best to make sure that a minority, their minority, has the majority voice. I've got to make a call or two and get some people who know what they're talking about, or at least people who have very strong opinions, to get over here and start talking about stuff, and maybe I don't think we can solve any problems in one Sunday or one Tuesday. But if we keep this shit up, maybe some questions get asked. I don't know. Oh, wait, Vonrick. I thought that when you were looking at the pie charts, where you had, about a quarter in red and about a quarter in blue and about half in gray, that was all qualified voters, qualified to vote. You don't have 14-year-olds in there. That's what I thought. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Show me how. Oh, scheisse. Well, Jeanette, where do you get that fear of punishment, though? Um, are you born with it? I mean, I don't know. I was raised with religion. I was raised with Catholicism. I mean, from my earliest memories, it's a grandparent or a parent, or not so much the parent, but a grandparent, kneeling beside the bed with me and helping me along reciting the prayers. And I'm like 2 or 3 years old. Um, well, what I'd like to know is, I know that in many cases people believe in the Christian God, or, well, any of the Abrahamic gods, let's put it that way, because they are afraid to not believe in those gods. Is that also the case for other gods, for non Abrahamic? Do do Hindus believe in the Hindu pantheon because they're afraid not to? I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. I sincerely do not know. Then, well, there's the escapism, and I'm with you on that one, Von Rick, because there are many, much people I know personally who can't wait for their lives to be over, who can't wait to die because there's going to be something better waiting for them. And, never mind that what's waiting for them. Well, not that there is anything waiting for them. Okay, keep that in mind. But, okay, if there is something waiting for them, maybe it's not good. Maybe they're doing it wrong and they don't know it yet. What was the Homer Simpson thing? What if the God you're worshiping is the wrong one and you're making the real God madder and madder, when it comes to the response to Pascal's wager. El copazo que ne patron de balquise, yes. And of course, they're told that there's a better world they can go to because the people telling them there's a better world were at least a while ago the self-same people who were making the world shit for those people. Because the church was involved in ruling, at the very least. It was the Pope who crowned kings. So of course, you're going to have the Vatican in feudal Europe telling people, yeah, there's something waiting for you that's better, so just hang on and do what we tell you to do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Although, this is the interesting thing. I got lucky. I'm one of the few people I know who does not experience the fear of divine retribution. I mean, I know a lot of atheists who still, from time to time, get that fear of hell and have to remind themselves that that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not in their future. It doesn't exist. Happily, I haven't had to worry about that. Yes, Von Rick. This is where I was trying to go with it. This is all Western, Western centric. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I want to know how those folks, those who have not been touched by the evil hand of Christianity, feel. It is the foo-foo-ness, absolutely. And ow, I actually don't need this on. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. I hate it when the post on the ear decoration digs into the skin on the side of the head. But that's, what can I tell you? And then there's this cat, who's being a cat. You are a cat. Yes, you are. Indeed he does. You, over here. There we go. See, there's the kittiness. There's the kitty. Oh, what? If God had told us all, then why would they need to teach the children? Yeah, you would think that the way this God of theirs is described, everywhere, every when, and the whole bit, that God would have told people who don't exist yet. But doesn't seem to be the case. As far as, okay, many of the sects, or maybe most, I'm not sure, of the sects of, let's say, Buddhism that I know about are atheistic, and I don't know if you could describe them as without an afterlife, because I don't know if Nirvana is an official afterlife. I know it's a rock group, but I don't know if the whole Nirvana concept is regarded officially as an afterlife. Been a long time since I've looked at any of that. Long time ago. I took a course in Eastern philosophy first time in uni, freshman year. So that would have been late 74 or early 75, Moof beef. Yeah, the slimy bastards weren't religious at all. Um, they wore their Roman Catholicism as a badge of identity. A way to say, that we are us and you are them. One of the things that he screamed at me one day concerning Obama was that he's not even Christian. One of those deals. Never mind that that statement was patently false. The worst part about it was that it mattered to him. But, it's another story entirely. I caught a lot of shit from them. When I publicly came out as atheist. Although, not as much shit as I caught when I came out as trans. Right. And what's really weird is the hoops that the Christians will jump through to try to convince you that Christianity is not polytheistic. But you've got the three gods and goddess. You've got Father, you've got Son, you've got Holy Spirit, you've got Mother. And they are all worshipped as gods. Yeah. And then, yes, there are some who worship the angels and saints as well. They worship them as gods. The Catholics try to tell you that they regard them as intermediaries. No, they don't. To the Catholics, they're gods as well. just crazy, that's all. Oh well. They tried, they didn't get me. And here I am. I gave up Roman Catholicism for Lent in, I don't know, about 1973. Really haven't looked back. I mean, I played an act for a couple of years because I basically had to keep the peace. But no, my outlook was definitely atheistic by the time I was 16. Yeah, pray to saint whatever it is, and then you've got the saint looking after you. Um, you have your patron saint. Yeah, I can't remember if Seth has talked about it or not, or at least recently. I don't know. I might have to. I might have to tap him on the shoulder and try to get him on this show and ask him about that sort of thing. Um, I don't know. I just don't. And then you've got all kinds of patron saints, by the way, Mage. I'm sure that. Okay, let's see. Give me half a second here, if you would. Patron saint of. There we go. Oh, look at that. I'm way up there. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, I'm sure that Gabriel the Archangel is regarded as one of my patron saints because Gabriel is the patron saint of broadcasters, communications workers in general. There you go. And I suppose that, well, I don't know if anybody had St. Edward in mind when I was named. Maybe not, because it was more, I was named for him rather than for a saint. And of course, nobody would recognize my having, Saint Diana as a patron saint because, as far as the Catholics are concerned, I am evil and deserving of no patronage. Dotto patras de male custa. I have no idea what I just said. None. Zero. Oh, man. And as far as the Slovaks are concerned, I did a program on it a couple of years ago. They have the concept of the Menjini, the name day, which is the name of the patron saint, or the name of the saint ruling over the birthday. So I'm not sure which saint's birthday was July 20th, but that saint's name would be my Menjini. Oh, right, right. That was one of the arguments that someone tried to use to relieve me of my Catholicism. So I was, going on and on about ritual cannibalism. Well, I already knew the whole thing was bullshit anyway. I mean, yeah, of course it's ritual cannibalism, but who cares? Because one of the very first questions I had was, how is it again that you can subject it to every test in the known universe and it still turns up as bread, as paste bread? You can subject it to every test and it still turns up as pretty crappy wine. But you're telling me that it's some guy's flesh and blood? Come on, get off it. And I'm, 8 years old or 9 years old at the time. Yeah, for the Catholics, it is indeed real cannibalism. No, Von Rick, don't even get me started. Oh my. Yeah, I remember that whole thing when the guy in the funny suit says the words, and then I remember that whole bell ringing thing because I was one of the kids who did it. Yeah, we had a rotation. It was interesting. I don't know how things are done now. I mean, when I was an altar boy, the year was what, 1968, something like that. But there were 4 altar boys around, and they had specific jobs, and they were known by their accoutrements. There was water, there was wine, there was bells, and then there was dead end. Because only 3 of them were useful in the ritual, and the 4th were just there to complete the square. We would rotate around the circle. Everybody would get a turn. Because if I remember correctly, wine held pride of place. Water was second. Bells was third, and dead end was pulling up the end, as the name implied. And really, the only reason I was an altar boy was because the MSB, he was. I was hoping to get some approval out of it, and I didn't. Yeah, you would think, but no. I guess it looked prettier if you had 4 of them. You know what I need to do? Oh, come here, you. Oh, come on, don't do that. I'm asking how many older boys are on the altar. How do you altar serve a Catholic Mass? Yeah, because I guess they allow girls now. Yeah, I guess they do allow girls now. Shows you how long it's been since I've been around there. don't. I don't see anything from the font of all knowledge. I'll look that up one of these days. I remember when I would be at my grandparents' cottage out Kelly's Island, there would be two of us serving Mass. And when I wasn't there, there would be only one. That was out of necessity. I mean, there weren't very many, people who were schooled in the ritual out there. But what he's too into, It's just the stuff and the things, and the things and the stuff. And no, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't. I rarely do. Anyway. Boy, it's only been what? Boy, it's been short today. Yeah, it says only 3 hours. I mean, don't get me wrong, kids, but it feels like longer than that. Oh, my. Anyway. Yeah, hon, I think he had said something about that to me at one point or another. Yeah, good Catholic boy. Oh, my. Oh, come on, you. Over there. I washed my hair and everything today, and I still can't do a damn thing with it. Oh, my. But I don't miss those days at all. I really don't. Oh, well. Yeah, the only thing of note, and I think I've said this before, is, I was an older boy and I wasn't molested and kind of feel left out. But other than that, oh my, oh my. I don't know anybody who was molested either. I mean, I know of some kids. They were predating my days as a kid in the Catholic parish that I was in. And they did get the molestation treatment by the pastor of that church. And the darn thing was, though, that the pastor preferred girls. He was unusual in that respect. Oh, my. Okay, there you go. Get him up to lecture. They didn't... the parish I was in, they didn't outsource that stuff to the kids. Well, one thing I keep forgetting was that Jeff was 10 years younger than I. And I do compliment him by thinking he was older. Thinking he was my age. Yeah, because we were almost exactly 10 years apart. He was born May something or other, I forget, 67, and I was born July 20th, 57. Okay. It's possible, yep. Yeah, I guess they would see more profit in leasing out the boys. Yeah, it is scary, actually. Really. Yeah, saved from one hell only to be put into another. I don't know anymore. Well, that was the day. I have to find a way to escape those days, but they may be dead, but they still reach into my nightmares. Well, Jeanette, you said this a while back, but you said, once they closed limbo, the Catholics were never the same again. What I cannot remember, maybe you can, maybe you can't, that's okay. Did they not close limbo, then reopen it, and then close it again? I mean, I don't remember. Um, I remember Carlin talking about limbo at one point, and I think that was during a period when I think it was during a period when it was closed, but I'm not sure. Yep, yeah, because the Carlin routine was called Heaven, Hell, Purgatory, and Limbo. So, what I want to know, okay, you had a shitload of people in purgatory because they had minor sins to be burned off. So when they got rid of purgatory, what happened to these people? Did they just fall into a crack somewhere, or were they promoted to heaven, or were they demoted to hell because they still weren't worthy of heaven? Because remember, that's what purgatory was there for. You weren't worthy of heaven yet. And the same sort of thing with limbo. Oh boy. There are a low number of candidates for the person you're describing, Jeanette, so just have to figure out which one of you. And in that whole limbo thing, again, they weren't baptized, they weren't worthy of heaven. What do they do? Just demote them all to hell? I just don't know. And, well, what hurts me, I mean, I many much dearly love Babka. But as far as I understand it, she was the one who insisted that I be put into a Catholic school. I'm just going to hope that she didn't realize what she was doing. Now, I know that the slummy bastards realized because I wouldn't shut up. I wanted out for years. Okay, then. That's interesting, hon. Um, you're talking about having that lovely resonant voice of his, and well, boy, was it ever. Um, but that being out of place as far as age goes, they also got me for that. Um, I guess they didn't know what to do with somebody. Well, in my case, I'm reasonably sure that it was a precocious puberty. Um, because I was singing bass at the age of 10. Um, and I got thrown out of class at one point because I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to do that. I wonder if that happened to Jeff as well. Oh my! Yeah, that makes me extremely angry to know that that was done to him. Okay, okay. Oh my! I could just see that happening, as if I was standing right there. Oh my! Oh my! I miss him so much. I really do. Those of us who knew him know what we lost. Those of you who didn't know him, I don't know whether I'm happy you didn't, because it doesn't hurt, or that I'm saddened that you didn't because you never got to experience that which is Jeff. Well, I remember, out when there was a table of plenary indulgences. If you, yeah, absolutely, but the whole indulgence thing. If you performed this ritual, you got so many days off your purgatory sentence. Or if you said this prayer, you got maybe 2 or 3 days off your purgatory sentence. I don't know how the sentence was set. I don't think anybody did. Um, I do know, however, that it was a major source of revenue for the church. Um, During the Renaissance. I mean, my understanding is that the Sistine Chapel was built on the proceeds of sale of indulgences. Oh my, I don't know. the whole thing, those two knew what was going on. They allowed that. That's why I'm so pissed off at myself. One of the things perhaps I should have done, and I did not do, was get off the school bus, walk to the next block and into the library, and spend the day there. Oh well, those days are long gone. Daju korostu. Well, the way they presented limbo to us as kids was that it was the happiest earthly life you could have, but you couldn't see God. Moof beef. I don't know. Oh well. Oh my word, it's like 10:15 here. Well, at least it's 10:15 on Tuesday. Yeah, I don't have to worry about getting up for another show in 2 days. Oh, shit. Anyway, yeah, maybe it's time to think about what I'm going to be doing before I head into bed, or maybe it's time to be thinking about heading into bed, or one of those deals. Yeah, it's like 10:20. So I'll tell you what, kids. I see 8 of you here, and I don't know how the hell you can put up with me this long. But I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You're amazing. I keep telling you this, and I keep meaning it. I mean, thank you, really, all of you, for simply being here. You guys, raise the spirits of this old lady here, and it's kind of nice to be appreciated. I don't know why I'm appreciated, but I am. I have to convince myself that I am worthy of it. but, oh, okay, yeah, boy, early in the morning, that's not fun. There you go. Just, hopefully keep that up, Mage. Stay away from the hives and everything. Oh my, oh my. But yeah, every one of you, thank you. I mean, you're giving me a reason to stick around, you know? I don't know how effective that's going to be, but oh my, and that reminds me, I suppose tomorrow I have to call the clinic and find out what they're sitting on. They were supposed to have called me yesterday, but it'll be something to do, and maybe I can report on it when I see you again on Sunday. Indeed. Indeed, Jeanette. I still miss him. I don't know what it was that he saw in me. But evidently he saw something. Oh my, Quellen. Come by just in time for the end. No, I'm not sticking around for another 3 hours. No, I'm not doing it. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to schedule a. Maybe I'll have to schedule a memorial show again, just for Jeff. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Yeah, he left you to me, but should you be happy about that? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you could have got the raw end of that deal. Oh my! But really and truly, and everything. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some talking to some people, and maybe we can arrange something. So I don't know what's gonna happen on Sunday. I don't know how long the circus is gonna keep going in D.C. You know, if it's still going on, do a show on it again, and maybe have a guest or two who's better at talking about it than I am. Or if it's newly over, then maybe we have somebody who's better at doing the synopsis than I am. I'll have to find out. And then we can maybe. Well, I'm going to have to take your word for that, Jeanette, because he didn't mention it. He didn't mention that particular thing to me at any point. So, oh my. I suppose that I suppose I'm gonna have to go cry. He saw something, Kara saw something. I don't know what they saw. I just don't. But, oh well, I guess they did. I haven't got to talk to Karis very much lately. There's stuff going on, and kind of takes up a lot of time. Well, there you go, Mage. That's exactly what I'm dealing with right now. The reason that I really need to talk to people at the clinic is that I need to know what's going to get covered. Because, okay, there are people who are telling me that dialysis is covered, for example. Okay, fine. How about getting there and getting back home? Um, because I'm afraid to take, or I'm afraid to try to take the bus. Because there are days when simply walking to the bus stop, which is less than a mile from here, has me throwing up before I get there. And, I don't want to throw up on the bus either. Uh, and then I, okay, to get to a dialysis center, the couple I can think of that they would likely send me to, it would probably cost me $20 each way. So if I'm going to have to pay $40 for a round trip 3 times a week, to where you're paying $120 just for transportation, I ain't got it. And if I ain't got it, I can't go. So there's a whole bunch of this stuff that comes up. And I don't think they're thinking about any of this. I think they're thinking of what they want for the reasons they want it, and that's it. When I talked to David, my GP, the first time, and of course this comes up. It's I'm not all that sure that I want treatment. I'm not all sure I'll be able to get it and anything else. And he's going on with, well, it's fine. You make your decision. I'll support you whatever way I can. And now it's not quite that way. Now the way he's handling it, it's more what he wants. I mean, I don't necessarily like the idea of dialysis in the first place because I really don't like the idea of being chained to a machine for the rest of my miserable life. Because you're talking, say 4 hours per session, 3 sessions per week. And I'm not getting there and back yet. I mean, it's just the time spent with the needles in my arms and all this shit. And I've heard stories about what it does to you. The fatigue. I've had people describe it to me as literally painful. My friend Al was talking about taking a Percocet after each of the treatments for the pain it caused. No, wait, honey. Yeah, well, you're talking about the community health, but what does that cover? Does that stop at the dialysis treatment itself, or will they take care of the $40 getting there and back each time? Because for some reason, I rather suspect they don't like the idea of paying $40. I mean, if they're willing to pay $40, for the round trip each time, that that's the whole thing about talking to the people. It's, I'm trying to talk to the people who will get me in touch with the people. And, balakutsinda. My economic status, I don't know. In some cases, it's not exactly what the people think it is. Um, because I seem to think that I can do more with $13,000 than I actually can. I've had a disability determination from Social Security for the last 30 years. Yeah, I've been on, I get a copy of it, I don't know. I mean, there are things I need to find out, and I'm trying to find out, really, I am. And it's a matter of getting these people to talk to me. I've already made the calls, and please talk to me. So, okay, well, we'll give you a call on Monday. Monday comes, Monday goes, no call. Tuesday comes, Tuesday goes, no call. Well, there's the thing, honey. The people who know most about insurance company are the billing department people, and those are the people who are least willing to talk to me. I'm gonna have to call them tomorrow. I want to know these things, okay? I mean, whatever my final decision, I want to know enough to intelligently make the decision. I mean, the way things are going at this point, the more things go, the more I am just willing to say, okay, fuck it, I'll die. And no, I'm not grandstanding when I say that. I can think of reasons I would rather die than remain alive. No, Henrik, I don't know that it's them winning. Really. Because I am not altogether sure that I'm not at all sure that my continuing to breathe is winning. How many times have I said this, and I'm going to say it again? I want to live, not merely breathe. If I have to give up everything, if I have to have everything taken from me in order to keep breathing, I don't want to breathe. And I know that there are people who would want to put me away for that. There are people who have already threatened. But why live if I am guaranteed no life? But that's enough. It's enough of that. Can imagine hearing I can imagine hearing some knocking on the door. Hi, we have the net here, ready to take you away. So it amazes me. That is something that really amazes me. Where Okay, I'm not going to refer just simply to myself. I'm going to refer to anyone in the position. If there is someone who looks ahead and sees absolutely no life, who sees physical pain or isolation, just literally, by themselves in a room somewhere, and that person wants to die, such that they don't have to deal with that. They get put in a rubber room to ensure that they have to deal with that. What is that? What is that if not torture? I'm with you, Von Rick. I'm with you. Von Rick says, I support whatever choice you end up making, but I do not want to make that choice without knowing what can be done. I'm with you. I want to know what can be done. I want to know if anybody is willing to do anything. Yes, I do want to know that, because I tell you something. It may not sound like it as I'm talking here, but under decent circumstances, I would rather stick around. What's interesting, though, when David was informing me that he wanted me on dialysis, there was the talk about, me continuing to live and all that stuff. I'm trying to remember exactly how it went down. I said something about me continuing to live. I think it was that. And he, in a rather snide tone, said, but on your terms. And I just looked him straight in the face and said, damn right on my terms. Who's the one living? Who's the one dying? Not you. You're dealing with your life, not mine. And I do have to wonder if that's one of the reasons it's difficult to get hold of him. I don't know if maybe he doesn't want to talk to me. Wouldn't blame him if he didn't want to talk to me. Shelko Posta, what do you have over here? And are you telling me that this is... I don't know what you're doing here. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Community health choices. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that as far as Medicaid goes, I am eligible for only the lowest tier that I know of. I don't know if things will change with me, suffering chronic kidney disease or not. I think they make things as, what's the word I'm looking for, cryptic as possible to keep people out of the programs or keep people off the programs, whatever you want to call it. Where are we? Moof beef. Oh, Balakotendi, what do you have? Okay, it's a pidf that we've got going over here. And I suppose I can keep you guys up to date on all this. Let me see what I can do here. Hang on. Switch to print. Download. There. Let's do that. Let's save. Save file. And okay, there's there. Get that out of the way. Why do I have two of these up? I have no idea. None at all. And then, well, I'm already on an arrangement here, which may or may not have to change when you're talking here, that I do have something through Aetna, which is now my primary, and Medicare is my secondary. Because it's my understanding that any reason I go in for whatever, that's the whole thing going on with what I've got. And what do I lose if I go to Medicare as my primary and the Medicaid as my secondary? Well, would I be covered for kidneys, but anything else I'm screwed? I need to know things like that as well. Because what I cannot afford, I will not take. And I will be the poster girl, if I have to, for universal health care. I would be quite willing to go onto a PSA, onto a commercial. Hi, I'm dying because I can't be insured. And I know nobody would be listening and nobody would care, but at least I'd be there doing it. I mean, there's no reason that people should be driven into bankruptcy to obtain even second-rate care. Oh, well, I'll see what I can find out in the next day or two. Well, we've got, 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And in a report on Sunday. Yeah, okay, we can do that. I know one of the things that might be in the way, maybe I give myself too much credit, but maybe not. I know that there are at least some people at the social services desk who don't like me. Because I would demand accountability. I have demanded accountability. Because I'm not all that thrilled with doing their job for them. I'm going to them because I don't know what to do. They tell you, why aren't you doing our job? You know, I don't know what to do. Fuck you, people. That would be nice if it did help. Yes, it would. No, I don't know what I just said. Don't know what I just said. Oh my, oh my, oh my. And one of the things I'm fairly certain of here. Now, I've been talking to a doctor, my general practitioner. I don't think that the doctors and the social service people talk to each other very much. Well, I could never honestly describe my tongue as silver. I suppose that's been my problem all my life. Oh well. We'll see what happens. Anyway. Well, I've been lucky, Mage. I was with Marty for, let's see, for 10 years. See, I started seeing Marty in 2009. And yeah, it was 2019 when he retired. So 10 years. Now I've got to break David in. That'll be fun. Took me long enough to break Marty in. But I did. Oh, shit. Maybe I should look Marty up and just say hi. One of those. Yeah, I know that feeling, Mage. Yeah, I know myself pretty well as well. And I can usually tell them what they are going to tell me before they tell me. I think that's one of the reasons I've never really got along with doctors all that much. Well, take care, honey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody say goodnight to Jeanette now. And now I do have a feeling that until they get to know me, I do seem a bit threatening to somebody like a doctor or something like that. Because there have been one or two that have actually admitted that I seem to know more than they do. And of course I don't. Because our fields of expertise are not identical. I'm not an MD, and I'm the first person to admit it, but I was indeed on a research track. And researchers were indeed about 20 years ahead of medical doctors. So, yeah, you've got that going. I'm thinking as a researcher thinks, rather than the researchers are the research scientists and the MDs are the engineers, basically. And I already know I'm not an engineer. I don't have that mindset, thank you. And that's what the slimy bastards wanted, an engineer, and they didn't get one. Oh, well. Esto. That's what it is. At any rate, I should probably think about. Oh, great. Oh, great, Mage. Yeah. Yeah, at least they did run tests that we needed to run when I saw David this last time. Now he's stymied. He doesn't know what's happening. He's already said, I'm looking at these numbers and I have no idea why they look like this. And neither do I, by the way. There is one number that's way the fuck out of range. That is the level of creatinine in my blood. All the other numbers are just fine. Or at least that's what he told me. You know, whatever electrolytes and whatever other things going on, he says those are great. The creatinine is about 10 times greater than it should be. And the first thing that comes to my addled brain is why? What is it that's gone wrong here? This doesn't sound like garden variety kidney disease here. What is happening? But the MD mindset doesn't go that way. And I have to wonder what's going on because, okay, there are days that I feel absolutely horrible, that I'm ready to puke even before I get out of bed, that I'm exhausted all the time. But then there are days, and many of them in a row, where I feel reasonably all right. Not perfect, but reasonably good. Why? I mean, I thought of chronic kidney disease as something that started out bad and only got worse. Why am I feeling good sometimes? I would like to know, because that might affect my treatment. Yeah, well, there's something I'm afraid of, Von Rick. Well, okay, if I need a certain treatment, I'm afraid of not being able to get it. Or another thing I'd be afraid of, two things really. Number one is not getting enough, and also getting too much. I mean, what if I'm a really weird case that doesn't, number one, doesn't require treatment the way other cases do, and number two, would suffer with the treatment other cases get? I want to know these things. Because I want to know whether to run away into the woods. As people as people wiser than myself have said. I mean, I really want to talk to, Marty had me going to a nephrologist. I had to stop going because I couldn't afford the co-payments. Getting there and getting back wasn't that big a thing. I mean, it would take me almost 2 hours for a trip that would take 20 minutes by car, but still, take a book and everything's fine. But the co-payments were killing me, and I stopped because the co-payments were killing me. And I forget where I was going with this. But I don't know. I mean, maybe that guy would be the person to ask, why is this so weird? Why am I so weird? I'm happy to say that I'm weird. Ich balogo shentai akanimina. I want to find out about my current condition. I really do. And I want to find the right people to talk to. Oh, well. Are you calling me a deviant? Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Yeah, I'll tell you, though. You're talking about not being able to make co-payments and everything else, yeah, and I'm thinking of buying a polo shirt. But I'll go ahead and do it anyway, what the hell. Yeah, you could. Because what I think I want to do, sometime before I die, is to have a polo shirt from every college or university I have attended or visited. Oh my! Today is one I visited. Because I viewed the 2017 total solar eclipse from the Southern Illinois University at Carbondale campus. As a matter of fact, this is when I bought this shirt. And it finally fits. Isn't that great? I only had to lose 60 pounds. Oh my! Yeah, keep that weight off. See if we can. But there are quite a few schools whose polo shirts I want. And okay, it'll be a good bit of money, but who cares? Let's do it that way. And to see what is happening on the egg thing. You know the egg thing? I don't know the egg thing, but maybe you know the egg thing. Oh well. This does not sound good, Von Rick. Well, I'm actually amazed that I lost as much as I did. Um, I was at the ARC protest in July of 2019, and I was just surprised, extremely surprised, to discover that Aaron Ra and I both weighed 240 pounds. Um, but I just checked myself before this show started, and I came in at 190. So, yeah, 50 pounds in a year and a half. I'm kind of happy about that. Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing, Von Rick. The charts tell me I still have another 25 to lose, or let me think here. I think it's 25, or is it 35? Oh my, 190 minus 25. Well, that would be 165. Maybe it's more than that they want me to lose. Um, because the 165 sounds high, relative to the charts. Because you know how these charts work. They always want you to lose more than you really should. I'll tell you what, if they want me down to 135, I ain't going there. Because the one time in my adult life that I weighed 140, I felt like shit. So it might be, you know what I'm going to do? Give me a minute. We're going to go over here. Let's see, there we are. Diocurese. And is the thing on the thing. Now, it's not necessarily the thing. Okay, you have to understand that. Because the thing is sometimes the thing, but it's not always the thing. Sometimes it's the other thing. Yeah, send the men in the white coats out for me, will you? Get over here, you. Wait a minute here. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Give me a minute, give me a minute. There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Oh
So,
my, oh my. Have I been
well,
away? Have I been at this so long that you're out and you're back?
I ate dinner. I played a bunch of Beat Saber. I took a shower, and you're still on.
Oh my, well, all this time I've been working on getting off. No, I'll stick around. Oh my.
Well, I mean, if it's really difficult to get off, there's drugs for that, and there's pornography, and
Oh
so
my. Oh my, oh my. I'll tell you what though, pornography is boring.
maybe you're just not finding the right sort.
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. My whole thing is sex is not a spectator sport. You know how that goes.
Hmm. Well, I mean, we kind of had the conversation earlier when I had that flag on Sunday, but I've come to realize that I'm a bit of a demisexual.
Well, I know the feeling because I cannot hop into bed with just anybody anytime.
Well, I can, but I probably won't enjoy it. Not unless
Well,
I'm in love. Not unless there is at least affection, like genuine, yeah, we dig each other affection. Without that, I can't. I
right,
just
right.
yeah.
Yes, that's where I'm coming from, indeed. Um, Now, I mean, that's a significant change from my status, oh, let's say 35 years ago, where, I'd shag anything with a pulse.
Hmm. I
Um,
never went through that phase myself.
okay. I kind of like it better this way, though. Where you
Okay.
got to have something going on. As you say, excuse me, genuine affection, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's more meaningful. I know it's an overused word, but there it is. Yeah.
Hmm. See, that's the thing though. For me, it's not that it's um like well, let's put it this way. Um I just plain don't get aroused in the first place without it.
Okay
You
then.
know,
Mm-hmm.
so basically I'll never be in the mood unless I'm digging on someone. And so, well,
Yeah.
it's not even that it's more enjoyable in the moment. It's that we don't even get to in the moment until after the affection.
Yes, I know that feeling firsthand. Yep, absolutely.
So there's
No,
that.
no, I mean, when I was in my 20s, oh, God, I look back at those days and I'm rather ashamed of myself, really.
Are you?
And in its own way,
Okay.
I mean, I was pretty much the male equivalent of a slut, you know?
So basically just a dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I whatever.
Yeah, huh, uh-huh. And
Well,
I don't know. It took a while, but I did get out of that phase. I guess I'll call it a phase.
hmm.
But oh, and for those of you who are wondering, I went to a BMI chart, and the chart is telling me that I should weigh 165, and well, I don't know about that one.
See, I looked at one of those BMI charts and it said I should be like 145 at my height. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, I was 145 in high school. No, hell, I was 155 in high school. And that's when people thought that I was anorexic or bulimic. So, maybe I don't want, maybe BMI charts are full of crap.
Maybe, yeah, because well, I do remember a time when I weighed 165, and I did feel pretty darn good. The thing is, I was also 22 years old. That might make a little bit of a difference.
Mm. Well, I mean, I was watching, oh gosh, what was I? I think it was Zathura the other day. And the actress who was in it playing the older sister, and for the life of me, I can't remember her name, was so scary thin. I was like, do you even have room for organs in that body?
Move beef.
But I guess everyone is that shape. Kristen Stewart, that's who it was. I mean, like everyone's that shape just organ wise. Some people just have extra padding. That's all.
Okay.
At least that's the way I see it.
Okay, reasonable. Reasonable. I'll take it. Um,
has this chick been in? Because I know. Oh, okay. She played Bella in Twilight. That's why I know that name. Can't escape it. I don't even like Twilight. I tried. I got maybe 20 minutes into the movie and said, fuck this. So, I mean, but I still know her name from that series for some reason.
Oh, Jesus, Randy.
Mm.
The last
Oh,
time. Whoa. Last time I spent any time at 172, I was 18 years old. That was a while ago.
I suppose I should pull the chat back up, huh?
Maybe.
It's fine.
We've got 9 people here. Yeah, watch it spike to about 23, and then you guys will know who you're coming to see.
But someone has to know that I'm here, if that's who you meant. So I mean, maybe. Hell, I'm not even on camera right now because my hair's a mess.
Oh, you're never a mess.
Oh, I am too. You have like it. I could show you pictures.
Well,
I hate my hair so fucking much. You have no idea. It is so high maintenance.
I've seen some of those pictures. Yeah, and I've seen the whole oh, what is that character's name? Buckwheat thing going on.
Mm. I'll be honest. It's more Weird Al than it's anything else. Like
Okay,
Weird Al,
okay.
Weird Al, circa 1987 or some shit. It like we're talking full on Jufro here. Well, that's that Ashkenazi and Italian African coming out to play.
There you go. There you go. I tell you, I miss those days because I liked that look out of Weird Al better than I like the current look.
Yeah, well, to me, it kind of looks like. Remember in the 70s when guys would get disco perms?
Oh shit! Yeah, of course I remember. Ow.
Well, it looks the fuck like that, and I'm not happy about it.
Daio Corosto. Okay.
Mm. So, well, what you gonna do?
I don't know. There are any number of things I could do, but which of them should I do, if any?
Yeah, sounds like precious few of these things you can do would help.
Moo.
I mean, short of like some sort of retro genetic therapy, I have a feeling I'm stuck with this kind of head fur. But I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm really only supposed to have pubes on one end of my body.
There you go. Oh my.
So,
Oh, that's weird because mine did not straighten out the way my head hair did. My scalp hair did.
Wait a minute, hold on. I just pulled the chat up, and Von Rick said something about there's drugs for that. What are there drugs for? No, screw wigs. Screw wigs. Nope. 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 I know me. Even if I thought a wig was a good idea, my ADD would go haywire and it'd be like I couldn't feel anything else but that because it was constantly on my head. I'd be like constantly itching it and shifting it around to make it more comfortable. It's not, no wigs, not doing.
Oh, for the love of Saint. So it's a very, very good thing then that you are not um, a Hasidic Jew, getting married.
Okay, you lost me.
Because they shave their heads and they wear wigs.
Really?
Yes.
Never heard that one before. But
Uh,
okay, here's a weird question. What if you happen to be like uber Orthodox Jewish with straight hair? Do you have to perm those funky sideburny things
I don't
or
know.
maybe straight?
Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
I've never seen them that way. It always seems like they're, kind of curly, but I don't know.
Yeah, it makes you wonder then. But then again, I don't know. Maybe if you're that Jewish, you already have all the genetics you need. So,
Hmm. Oh, there goes
oh,
Von Rick. That's a shame. Because you know
uh,
what? We like Von Rick. Von Rick, good.
yes, Von Rick is very, very good. Yes, 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 yes. But, okay. You go night-night, Von Rick. We love you.
Sleep well and dream of no, wait, that doesn't work. Sleep well and dream of large dudes? I don't know.
Ay, stoyaka. We love the Von Rick. Oh, yes, we do. We love the Von Rick. Moo, 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 moo.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're selfish. Of course you are.
Darn Skippy. Darn Skippy straight to heck.
There you are. There you are.
Yeah. Of course, you know what heck is.
Among other things.
Heck is where you go when you don't believe in gosh.
Okay, then.
Surely you've heard that before.
I don't know that I've heard.
Don't call me Shirley. Yes,
There you go. I don't know that I've actually heard it in those words.
Well, anyway.
I mean, the one I remember, well, it's nothing to do with heck, but I do remember some people say shoot, but they can't fool me. Shoot is shit with two O's, man.
Yeah, okay, thanks, George.
Yeah. Boy, that one goes way back.
Well, at least for once you make a reference I know.
There you are. It's slightly amazing to me, really.
Well, I dig on Carlin. I remember, oh gosh, I couldn't have been like more than 8 or 9 when my parents bought Class Clown for me.
Oh, my.
Yeah. So, I mean, Carlin, awesome dude, wish he wasn't dead, and very funny. Man. And also a staple of my childhood, and also the rest of my life. So there's that.
I wish I could have seen him live, but didn't get that opportunity.
See, that's the weird thing, is I swear I did, but I don't remember if that was real or a dream, and I'm gonna have to ask my parents. I know they took me to a couple of shows, some of which were maybe a little too mature for me. Okay, my parents are often very well-meaning but completely misguided. For example, I absolutely dig on cats. They're great pets, wonderful people. And so my parents, on a trip to New York City, decided, let's go see Cats. And the tickets were super expensive, and I was super bored, and we left at intermission.
Oh, man, I bet they didn't like that.
Nah, they understood. But the thing is, like, I did not even understand the plot. Like it wasn't until that movie came out and everyone was talking about it on Facebook that I understood what the hell jellicle meant. And even now, I couldn't explain it to you.
Okay, I don't remember. Well, I was never a big fan of Cats anyway.
Well, I don't know why it burned into my brain, but there's this one song that keeps saying, like, jellicle something for jellicle cats. I don't know what the something was, but well, and maybe that's part of why I don't like musicals, is sometimes I just miss bits of the lyrics, and wow, now nothing makes sense.
Alrighty, so what we've got here, you have me wondering, and okay, jellicle cats.
It's something to do with like death and the afterlife. Yeah, that much I can tell you.
Jellicle cats were depicted as commonly nocturnal black and white, scruffy cats. Specifically, Eliot mentions that they like to gather at an event called the Jellicle Ball. The name Jellicle comes from an unpublished poem by Eliot entitled Police Dogs and Jellicle Cats, where police dogs is a corruption of poor little dogs and jellicle cats of dear little cats. Okay.
Well, regardless, I was so confused. I don't like musicals. I just wasn't into it.
Oh my! So. When we did a choir tour, first time around at uni, I was in the choir for 3 years. We would do a tour every spring break. It was their way of advertising us to the primary draw geographic, because Marietta College drew primarily from New England. And I don't know if the choir tours ever did anything to help that or not, but they kept going every year. 77, we ended up the tour in New York City, and the people who were arranging the tour and everything else, they said, okay, we can get some tickets for Cats, and we can get tickets for New York Phil. Who wants what? So I was right there for the New York Philharmonic. Cats just didn't interest me at all. So what can I tell you? And that was a Broadway production, by the way.
I probably would not have dug on the Philharmonic either. I mean, it depends entirely on what they play.
Well, I didn't know what the program was going to be, but it was at this particular concert that I found out that I actually like Stravinsky.
Really?
Um,
Because I like Straczynski myself.
okay. One of
You don't know who
the.
that is, do you?
No!
J. Michael Straczynski, creator of Babylon 5.
Okay. Five?
Babylon 5, it's a TV show, really good one.
Well, you said Babylon 5.
Yeah, Babylon 5.
So that's the one that showed in New Jersey, right?
Why do you always default to New Jersey? That's New York.
Oh, okay. Well.
Well, no, seriously, I've done that 1,000 times, and every time you do, or every time I do, you say, New Jersey, and I go, New York. So, Brooklyn. So it seems to, like, I thought I was the one with the memory issues.
Oh, my. Well, I'm old. I have an excuse.
Yeah, well, I was having seizures and then had brain surgery. I think my excuse is better.
Okay, then. Well, don't forget, I had brain surgery as well.
Yeah, fine, but I get the impression that your memory issues are recent.
Actually, I've always been scatterbrained.
Okay.
Yeah. As I tell people, it's always been where I don't think I'd remember my own name were it not on my passport.
Oh, speaking of which, I think I mentioned before, but
What
I
one?
don't know. Finally got a copy of my damn birth certificate. It was missing for ages. Probably got lost in the move. I had to get another one. And now I can get one of those real IDs, and hopefully it'll be ready by the time people can travel again.
Moo. Yeah, that's the other thing I've got to look up, I guess, is because it's you that's telling me, isn't it? Where
What?
to do the border crossing from here to Canada and shit like that, I need a real ID as well as a valid
Nah,
passport
instead of
instead of.
it will stand in for a passport. Like that's almost its entire point.
But the thing is, if I already have a passport, do I need a real ID?
Um, I'm not sure. There was a like an article about that, and I seem to think there are certain circumstances in which you need the real ID, but others where it's like, nah, passport will do. And I'm not really sure what the criteria were because I looked it up months ago and then promptly forgot. But
Okay.
it seems to be a moving target whether you need a real ID.
Okay. Because I
So,
guess I'll have to try to find somebody who knows the current chapter and verse.
well, it's
Um,
on their website. You just go to the government website that talk about real ID, and it'll tell you.
Move beef. Yeah, I obtained my passport December of 16 because the the people who deal with us transies here put the
Hmm.
word out as soon as Trump was elected. He said, if you can at all get a passport, do it.
Mm,
If you can get one in your actual, get one in your name.
mm.
So that's when um, I got the Diana Athena Clarion passport. I never had one for Edward. Um, so they
Well,
said that if state would accept your name, it would be more difficult for any of the other organizations to ignore it.
Well, I know that I needed a passport when I was like 13 or something when my parents and I went to Cuba. But back then, you could just drive over the Canadian border and they might ask you a few like questions and that's it,
I remember
you
those
know?
days. I remember.
So there's that. But now I don't know. I'm just glad that I don't need a real ID right now for an exit strategy out of this country.
Okay.
Well, because for a while there, I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
Oh,
I
right,
didn't
right,
know,
right.
so I was like, well, it seems like a good idea to have some way to get out of here if I have to.
Yeah. Uh huh.
But fortunately, it looks like we won't need it, or at least not for the foreseeable future, or even the five seeable future.
Uh huh.
So, yeah. So I know that, well, I don't have to get the real ID like with weapons grade alacrity, but it'll still be good to have it.
Yes, dear. I see that Randall is saying yoo-hoo.
Yeah, Harmonica Man has been kind of begging to get into the stream for several minutes.
Oh, I had not. Actually, I'd missed it. I just saw this final one here. So, yeah, honey, give me a minute here and we'll see what we can do. There are.
Trying to remember because you know my memory for names and faces especially is really shitty. I'm hoping Harmonica Man is who I think he is.
Well, this will probably mean absolutely nothing to you, but he's the one that reminds me of astronaut Tom Stafford.
Yeah, that means diddly and squat to me.
Okay, then. Well, it still means that.
Xander, no stepping on the keyboard, you little shit.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
I
no
love you to death, but I might have
fun.
to light you on fire. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Pretty
This.
sure Harmonica Man's who I'm thinking of, and if he's not, then who the fuck am I thinking of?
You're
Uh,
thinking of Yehudi Menuhin.
okay, did you just speak in tongues or have a stroke?
Yeah.
Because I understood none of that.
Yehudi Menuhin, if memory serves me, conducted the Israeli Philharmonic for a while.
Okay, say the name again.
Yehudi Menuhin.
Yehudi and the Blowfish. Got it.
Uh huh. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, man, those guys were a flash in the pan, weren't they?
Oh,
Like they were
jeez.
so freaking uber popular for like what, a year, and then the next thing you know, gone.
Yeah. I think they put out what, maybe two albums.
Not sure. I was never into them. I only knew they existed because everyone around me was.
Oh, there we are. There we are. And then,
Like, because I gotta tell you, right? I hated '90s music so much, and so well, I mean, everyone around me was listening to stuff I hated. Although it's funny, I'm actually coming around on some of those bands. I think it just took time. Like I was stuck in the '80s, still am for a very long time, and the '90s is about the exact opposite of '90s or '80s and '90s are complete opposites. Is what I'm trying to say. '80s bright and colorful and happy. '90s dingy, grungy, earth tones. You know, total counterculture, everything, and it just seemed like everyone was just on the verge of committing suicide.
and some of them did. Yeah. Yeah. Randy, I put the. There you are. You found it. Do, 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 do.
Well,
Hello,
okay, you have
dear.
like, massive chin pubes to go, but oh no, you're not who I think you are at all. Now, I think I might be thinking of
So now you see
deconverted.
me?
Too many Manses in people's names. It's hard to
Well,
keep
let's
track of who.
see. I saw you,
Yeah, maybe so.
and then you did.
I am the
Now,
one and
there
only
you
original
are.
harmonica
There you
man.
are.
What I've been seeing him for ages. You weren't looking at the actual, like the meat
I
page, are
got
you?
my
You're
thank you
looking
Yes,
for
at
confirming.
the
I,
YouTube page.
I'm looking at the meat page. Yeah.
Because he's been up for like since he got in here.
Okay, you might have your icon might
What?
have overlain him or something like that. Because now I'm seeing his icon. Now I'm seeing him.
Hmm.
All kinds of stuff.
Anyway, hi. How the hell are you?
Yeah, my icon just shows. Oh, I am quite well actually. And the conversation is very riveting
Hmm.
tonight. I enjoy it very well,
Someday I hope the
You're a
conversation will be
and I am also
welding.
drunk.
you're a sick
Ah,
man.
hmm.
I
Actually,
am. I am.
fair enough.
I still say you look like Tom Stafford.
Uh, Fine. I'll look it the fuck up. Image search. That was not image search. There we go. Tom Stafford, astronaut. Okay. I see it. All right. I
Uh huh.
see it.
Uh huh.
I see
See,
it.
for once I draw the line. Yeah. See. Of course, now he's something like 90 years
I
old.
can't
So
see it. All I can see is us three.
Well, that's because I hadn't presented it yet.
Oh,
So
oh,
there.
there you go. Um, no, he's a lot uglier than I.
I wouldn't know your resolution isn't great, but I'll take your word for it.
well, take a look now. I mean, he was 35 years old in that photograph.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
51, and I just got into a fist fight last night with my cousin. We're gonna get drunk and do it again tomorrow.
You actually
right
did get into a
on.
fist fight. Oh my!
Yeah, I can probably see the rise right here where I got punched in the head.
You've got an
So
It was
interesting
great.
family.
was this fist fight about something or was it just recreation?
Pretty much recreation. It was in my house, and we had shit tons of wine and whiskey combined. And then, the guy tried to act like he was gonna dominate me in my own house. And I'm like, hold on there, motherfucker lips.
All
And then
right.
we got into it.
Motherfucker lips. I'll be using that one from now on.
I
That's
like it.
awesome. I like that.
Yeah.
Yes, please do. That's an original Harmonica Man phrase.
There you go. Anyway, you talk about being drunk. I have to admit, like, I'm out of weed right now, but I really kind of want to get fucked up. So I do have that rum still on the fridge, but I'm really not in the mood for booze.
I kind of
I
don't
don't know.
Yeah,
blame
I hear you.
you.
What kind of rum do you have? Is it
Oh,
dark rum or white
When you're
or
talking
lighter
to
colored
Kate,
rum?
there's only
it's
one
Captain
rum.
Morgan. No. There's two.
Oh,
There's two. Captain Morgan. Actually, no, I take that back. Three. Captain Morgan, Sailor Jerry, and 151.
oh God.
Mind you, I use the 151 quite sparingly, but the
Yes.
rest.
Right.
I remember drinking half a fifth of 151. I thought I was Jonathan Livingston Seagull for the rest of the night.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've told you the story before about the night of the 7 shots of Everclear.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I mean, that's like, man, I seriously could have gold medaled in the Olympic event of barfing. Yeah, I have never felt my gut
Holy shit.
that
I had
tight.
some rum and coke one night. I
Mhm.
went down to North Carolina and went to a titty bar and pretended I was deaf and I got a free chicken sandwich and a rum and coke.
Mm.
Jeez.
It was awesome.
Nice. Well, and I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but it's been a while. There was once at karaoke, I did Yakko's World from memory, clearly not looking at the screen, and
Mm-hmm.
got a drink or two out of that.
Okay.
Well, it is mildly impressive.
Mildly.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I still want to track down
I think it
Rob
is.
Paulson and get him to do a duet with me on camera.
Okay, that would be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah.
It's too bad I can't do a similar thing anymore because Will Sinatra's dead. But if I have to say it myself, I used to do a better Sinatra than Sinatra.
Okay. I know
Hmm.
exactly one Sinatra song. I think you know which one.
Smooth. Smooth.
You do know which one.
Wait a minute. My Way?
No, gosh, no. No, no, no. I'll give you a hint. Start spreading the news.
Oh, that was one of my favorites. Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
Oh,
come on, you talk about Sinatra. That's like the first song most people will remember.
Well, that's the one they would always play at Yankee Stadium when
good
they
old
won
Blue
at
Eyes to
home.
go
Yeah.
poke, poke.
I love the show How I Met Your Mother, and at one point, Ted is going to be getting married to
Mm-hmm.
someone who lives in New Jersey. He hates New Jersey, and so he's arguing with her about where to live, and they're comparing like the different things that are like the different selling points for each city. And at one point, Ted goes, Frank Sinatra, and she goes, he was born in New Jersey, and he goes, yeah, but what song is he singing about? It's not Secaucus, Secaucus. I just that line slayed me. I don't know why. The first time I heard it, I lost it so hard.
I've actually been by his birthplace, but, big fucking deal.
You've been by Ted Mosby's birthplace, dude. He's a fictional character.
Boo-foo. No,
Well,
the ex dragged me to Hoboken because she went to school there, Stevens Institute of Technology. And then
Mm.
on the way to a um, particular eatery, if you will, that she really liked, we walked past Sinatra's birthplace.
I've never actually been to Hoboken, but I have seen Hooker Barbie.
Okay, then.
Hmm.
Come on. That was a
Yeah,
good one. That
I
was a
think
good
I
one.
have too.
Oh,
And you know what? Cher has had more plastic surgery than Barbie. Every time she
well,
reaches for her wallet, she's got to touch her shoulder.
There you go. And then
I don't
there's
know
the
though. I think Michael Jackson still had her beat.
there's the old Phyllis Diller line.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Phyllis Diller line?
Yeah,
Oh,
she said
Phyllis Diller.
at least once she said something to the effect of, "I've had so many facelifts. I'm surprised they don't have a
Oh,
goatee."
oh, that's just wrong, and I love it. Well, I mean
Oh
that's
no
been
no no
my
no 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 no
mantra
no no!
for a
Not Phyllis
long, long
Diller.
time.
That was
My
the ugliest
mantra has
woman in
been
existence. You're talking about Joan Crawford.
okay. Well, thing
Okay.
is, like oh, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm
I don't know,
sorry.
but yeah.
Prost.
Oh, Joan
Um,
Crawford was a piece of work. I'll give you that much.
hmm.
So say the Lego
You
Corporation.
want to talk about someone named Joan with weapons grade plastic surgery problems? Take a look at Joan. Have you seen Joan Rivers recently?
Not recently. I thought she was dead.
She died.
Well, okay, sure, fine, but I mean, like, she looked so creepy with the number of surgeries she'd had.
Okay.
Yes, with
Like,
the last few years of her life, she looked like she was inhuman.
yes, she did. She kind of looked like that lady who wanted to be a cat and had all that crazy surgery to try to be one.
Oh no.
Did you've seen her, right?
Uh,
Oh yeah.
the I Want to Be a Cat. Yeah, I've seen that one.
It's like because okay, you can see Joan Rivers there, right?
Oh
And
my.
then what had like look at number 4, and now bada bing, that's the wannabe cat lady, and you can sort of see the resemblance.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can
Silhouette.
actually. Uh huh.
There's like, oh dear gods, what am I seeing? Someone tried to have surgery to look like
that's
Angelina
some scary shit
Jolie
right there.
and ended up like that.
Holy, what the fuck?
Oh my
Okay?
fucking
Hands up
shit.
if you think that looks like Angelina Jolie in any fashion.
Hands
Okay,
down.
now hands up if you think that's something from Mars Attacks.
Actually, to be perfectly honest, it looks more like something out of Hellraiser.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to grow up. I want to be a cat's bitch kid.
Arrgh.
It's funny though, looking at the before picture of the cat lady. I
Toys
mean,
R
she
Us,
was not ugly.
That is some scary shit. I've never had plastic surgery,
Yeah.
and I don't think I ever want to unless I'm caught in a fucking fire.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, grafts, sure. Reconstruction. But I mean, look, this was not a bad face.
Holy fucking
Right. She
shit.
she looked pretty.
Eh. Oh well. What you gonna do?
Well, I
Yeah, now she
guess.
raises a sword up and say, "I have the power, thunder,
Oh, no.
thunder,
Ch-ch-chug.
thundercats. I'm a hoe."
I
There
guess.
is a whole website called Plastic Surgery Gone Wrong, and it's just eesh.
Well, I guess
Uh,
if you yell loud enough and you have enough money, there's somebody out there who's going to do your plastic surgery no matter what it is.
Hmm.
Wow.
Oy, Hola, family.
I mean, I could use a little plastic surgery, but I ain't got the money for it, unfortunately. Well, I
Oh,
probably couldn't get it anyway because of
Right.
medical things, but
uh, damn it, they're not letting me. Oh, I forgot about this guy. I'll just share the page because they're not letting me copy the brain cramp pictures, so I can paste them into my usual viewer thingy. All right, so Hong Myoku, I don't know. But apparently, she decided to take it upon herself to inject cooking oil into her own face.
why?
Uh, don't know, but here's the result.
Wow.
Yeah,
I know why.
yeah.
Holy motherfucker. Wow, I'm sorry for my language, but holy shit balls.
I say holy shit balls all the time. There's Cat Lady. Now, here is Stallone's mom. And apparently Donatella Versace, who I only vaguely know. Pete Burns looks like going through gender transition, to be honest.
As Michael Jackson.
Well, yeah, Michael Jackson, terrifying, but look at Carrot Top. What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Carrot Top submitted to plastic surgery?
Apparently, I want to know, are those
Yeah,
eyebrows
he's
drawn
a
on?
redheaded son of a bitch.
Now, I had
He's even got a
forgotten about the
pair of
tiger
glasses
dude.
that goes on a fucking crosscut saw, and he calls it a seesaw. The son of a bitch.
I'd completely forgotten about the cat dude here, or the tiger dude, or whatever. And
Oh yeah.
oh, dear gods, what happened to her? That's positively horrific,
What is her?
grotesque.
Franken Mama.
And whoever the hell that is,
Eek.
some
The
sort of
devil.
Italian socialite, apparently. All
Well,
right. Well,
remind me never to be
can tell by the
social in
eyebrows.
Italy.
ugh. But yeah, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, some of this stuff is just
Well, you can get lots of vino and cheese that way.
I don't know, kids. Well, I do, yeah, I do prefer Italian wine to French, but that's another story entirely.
I like messing with French people and calling cheese fromage.
If there's anything I cannot stand, it's Bordeaux.
Okay.
It's just too red. Sorry. I don't like Bordeaux. It's got the tannins. It tastes like an acorn or a piece of cork.
I used to make Bordeaux cherries.
Okay.
They tasted like bubblegum.
I've never been a wine drinker. Like, I will drink it, but I will not seek it out. Like, I'm at a dinner party or something, and, Thanksgiving maybe, and someone says, wine? I'm like, oh, all right, I guess. But that's it.
Well, if I'm at a party, somebody says wine, I say Wah! Anyway.
Of course you do.
Yes.
Why, naturally.
Nataparadike. Peloko sotapaliki.
Excuse me.
No excuse for you. We already know that much. Oh, look at that. And I didn't even drive the AGC down. Okay, there you go. And there it is. And there we go. And everything's cool. I like that.
Are
Yay.
we
Yay.
are we even still on? Yeah, I guess we are. It's just that no one's said anything in the chat for quite some time.
We have them sitting there
Really?
stunned. Yeah, they're sitting there absolutely stunned. They are speechless.
Okay, I'm
They're
seeing
saying,
another
who's that
picture
bald
of
son of a bitch who's interrupting the show?
I'm seeing another picture of Carrot Top without the eyebrows, and he looks a lot better.
Okay,
So there's
then.
that. God, what happened to Tori Spelling? Yeah.
That name sounds vaguely
I think we all
familiar.
know what happened to Tori Spelling.
Aaron Spelling's kid. She was in a bunch of stuff in the 90s, and people loved to make fun of her.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, I remember
She had
Aaron.
a goofy look about her.
I remember.
His eyebrows aren't quite so scary.
All right.
Yeah, he always makes me laugh, even if he's not doing any comedy. He just looks funny.
Well, I'm looking at this, and it looks like
Son of
the
a
plastic
bitch.
surgery was specifically to give him a more masculine chin. Like that's about the only thing I can see that was really changed much. His chin got wider.
Yeah, and a little bit more serious around the eyebrows, like he was kind of, I don't know, serious about things, but it just turned out to look like he was just a creeper. See, one of
Yay,
them faces where
Colleen.
up
Yay.
here, from here, it was angry as shit, and from here down, it was happy. So you'd have one of them half a faces where it's just, it's creepy because he's smiling on one half of his face, and then he's like angry on the other half of his face, and it's just creepy as shit.
Now you got me thinking, Mage. Oh my! Somebody had mentioned it a while back, and I thought I want a root beer float. Now you have to mention it, and it's like, okay, I suppose I'll have to get back here someday with some ice cream and some root beer.
I guess. I don't know. I'd rather go to a place and have them make one.
Yummy.
Because I'm sure I'll get the proportions wrong.
Oh my! Well, I'm trying to think around here where I would get a root beer float. Would I have to go all the way downtown? That's the problem. Well,
yeah, I love living within screaming distance of a supermarket. It really helps.
Well, I'm within screaming distance of a supermarket, but they don't have root beer floats.
They don't, but I mean, you can get.
Yeah,
the
we don't have those in my town.
Right?
Until the
You
summer.
can get you can get the ingredients though, right?
Well, yes, I can.
components?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
But
there you go.
I thought we were just talking about getting one, made for you.
Well,
However,
but I said I would rather have that, but
oh, moo.
eh.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no, there's
My thing is a butterscotch.
okay,
Okay.
which contains neither butter nor scotch.
It actually does
Right,
have ground
and
up
it's
Scotsman in
upsetting.
it.
Well,
Really?
actually, okay, actually,
Is that
I
why it tastes all the little strings and shit?
Not really. I'm just being a brat. Holy shit.
tayo korostu.
I think this is the same lady who injected the cooking oil, but the picture I'm seeing is even nastier.
How can you do that?
Well, especially
I don't
when
know if I want to see
look
this.
at her. She's so much more attractive in the before photo.
Holy jeez,
Oh
man!
my god, I'm gonna have nightmares.
Then my work here is done.
There you go.
And I could
Yeah,
probably go
screw you
down
too,
this
Kate.
rabbit hole of bad surgery pics to just like, I mean, wow, some of these are terrifyingly funny. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're gonna probably try to gross me out with tumors and stuff, aren't you?
No, just plastic surgery. People who went in to get their faces made more attractive and came out looking hideous.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That could be anybody.
Well,
Actually,
yeah.
I thought, Mage, that butterscotch was made from butter. I have to look now.
What about
It's caramel.
butter chicken?
I don't know. Okay, butterscotch
Butter moonshine.
recipe. What you got over there? Oh, for the love of Saint
Ah,
Gulick.
my
Yeah.
liver.
This is one of the huge problems is just that people make their mouths too wide and it doesn't look human anymore. It looks like one of those creatures from Fright Night, actually.
Yeah, yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
okay.
When Marcy turned around and it was like her mouth was just way the hell out here with all kinds of teeth in it
Yeah.
and big lips.
Here we go,
Yeah.
here we go.
That freaked me the hell out. When the first time I saw that, I thought I was gonna crap my pants.
What about the next time you
It
saw
was
it?
a good movie.
What the
Okay,
no, that's gotta be photoshopped. Really? Come on.
Oh, no. It's from a movie. It's from Fright Night.
Taboshina. Okay, fine.
Right.
yeah,
But
Believe.
what I was saying is that if you get plastic
I've
surgery
seen so much horror. Now I think it's
too
hot.
wide, still talking, dude. If you get plastic surgery and make your mouth too wide, you look like that. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
moo. Okay, very moo. Very, very moo. And I
Mm-hmm.
found here a
Yep, you're
recipe
right.
for butterscotch
Yucky.
candy. We have, interesting, 1 teaspoon plus 1 cup of butter divided, 2.5 cups of sugar, 3/4 cup of water, half a cup of light corn syrup, 1/4 cup of honey, half teaspoon salt, half teaspoon rum extract, and a partridge in a pear tree. Okay, so there is butter, but there is no scotch.
Well, here's the thing. I'm looking on Wikipedia, and it says
Mm.
food historians have several theories regarding the name and origin of this confectionery, but none are conclusive. Of course, they're fucking not. One explanation is the meaning to cut or score for the word scotch, as the confection must be cut into pieces or scotched before hardening. Another idea is that it came from the adjective Scotch, indicating association with Scotland. It is also possible that the Scotch part of its name was derived from the word scorch. In 1855, F.K. Robinson's Glossary of Yorkshire Words explained butterscotch as a treacle ball with an amalgamation of butter in it.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay.
It's that is the only info I got on the origin of that particular candy.
And lucky for me, I actually do know what treacle is. Okay.
The thing is, like, I'm pretty sure it's not what it sounds like. Because when I hear treacle, my brain goes to tripe and figures it's guts. But it's not,
Mm-mm,
is it?
mm-mm. Mm. If
I think
memory,
it's like a quarter of a quarter barrel.
if memory serves me, it's a molasses sort of arrangement, but it's sweeter than molasses. Um,
Well, it says here it's syrup. Says treacle is any uncrystallized syrup made during the refining of sugar. The most common forms of treacle are golden syrup, a pale variety, and a darker variety known as black treacle. Black treacle or molasses has a distinctively strong, slightly bitter flavor. Does it? I've never noticed bitter in molasses. Maybe the sweetness overwhelms it. And a richer color than golden syrup. Golden syrup treacle is a common sweetener and condiment in British cookery, found in dishes as treacle tart and treacle sponge pudding.
uh-huh. And also found
Wow.
in
Yes,
Lewis
that's
Carroll,
interesting.
because the mouse in the teapot is always looking up and saying treacle, and then going back down.
Okay. Sure.
I remember vaguely something about that. Either way, all this sugar talk, being a diabetic, makes my sticker pack up. Just
Moo.
I don't know.
throwing
I
it out
figure
there.
if they ever cure it, you'll be a livabetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that really deserves some work. with, I don't know if you want to use nanotechnology or if you want to use stem cell stuff or whatever it is, to regrow the cells of the aisles of Langerhans, which I believe are the cells that produce insulin. Unless, and here's the thing, that would do you no good if you were of the insulin resistant type of diabetic. You know,
Okay.
where
I
he's,
don't know. I haven't really researched diabetes myself.
yeah, there's insulin
Well, as for
deficient.
myself, the pancreas has stopped working half-ass way, and it just kicks on every once in a while, so it's kind of flighty with me up and down. But it's the enzymes that come out of the pancreas actually that fights the sugar.
Huh. I always
Okay,
thought
The
that
okay.
enzymes just do not produce.
diabetes was a kidney thing.
No, it's an insulin thing, whereas you're saying
Mm,
it's an enzyme thing.
Well, but what I mean is
yes.
like doesn't diabetes come with the kidneys
That,
going nuts?
No, that's just an after effect, actually. It's
Oh.
because kidneys filter just like liver does. But the original enzyme, the regulating force, is from the pancreas, and a lot of times it just shuts off or just isn't enough in order to fight off all the sugars. So the sugars attack the cells, and then the cells and everything else just go haywire and shit, And then you could be resistant to um, insulin also, and that creates all the fatty tissue around your belly and stuff like that.
Yeah, where you are making the insulin, but you just can't use it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
exactly, exactly.
I'm going to do my best to avoid this.
That would be a good thing. I know all
Uh,
too many diabetics, and they go
Yeah,
through
keep eating
shit.
Chinese food. It'll be great.
I had Chinese food last night.
Yummy, me too.
I don't know. It's weird though. I never usually put chai on my knees.
Okay.
I've been thinking that one
You
for
know what?
years.
That sounded pretty sexy.
Okay, what do you have
Tea
a?
fun.
Do you have a? If I remember right, the kneecap is the patella. Do you have a patella fetish?
Maybe.
Now,
Oh,
okay, would
yeah,
Patel
there it is. It is the kneecap. Yay, me for remembering. I haven't had to think of that in ages.
would patella
Very well
be
done.
a patella be the product of the bastard love child of someone from Bombay and someone from Rome? You know, where you have a patella.
Actually, no, no. Patella is actually putting
Hmm.
Nutella on a potato.
Okay, okay. I've never done that. Now you're making me want to try it for some idiot reason. I have no idea
Well,
why.
I've never tried it either, but I have to admit,
Okay.
a desserty potato dish does sound interesting.
Well, I know about potato candy.
Thanks, Kate. You just ruined potatoes for me.
How did I do that? By suggesting one might try something, I've ruined it when you haven't tried it?
I've had Nutella before, and I've had lots of potatoes, and I do not think they go together.
uh,
Mm-mm.
Well, you'd be surprised. I haven't tried it yet because I haven't been able to find any, but I keep getting told that, like, what is it? It's caramel and cheddar popcorn go weirdly together, but weirdly good.
Oh,
oh, really? Oh, hmm.
That's what I've been told. I haven't tried
oh,
it.
you know what? An ex from Utah Outcast said he got some kimchi flavored potato chips. That was
There
just
we
the
go.
best ever.
Ew.
Colleen says this coming from someone who likes garlic on peanut butter. Well, what can I tell you? You know.
Let's see. Oh, hey, you can actually get smart food that's just caramel and cheddar mix. So,
oh,
oh,
really?
hey,
Ooh.
and you can order this thing. Well,
Hmm.
it's called Chica apparently, but it's you can just buy it off Amazon. Oh
Sounds.
my gosh, a half gallon? Thank you. I'm gonna find something smaller.
Yeah,
Plus,
just a
it's
little bit.
25
Yeah, you
fucking
got to try it
dollars.
first before you get something like that.
$50.
It's 25 dollars for this gallon tub of popcorn. I'm gonna see if the smart food is cheaper. I really wish my local, like the one problem with my local supermarket is there's so many things they don't carry.
Okay, okay. Move beef. One of them
Actually, now that
being
I
a
think
lot of
about it,
weight, right?
that tub of popcorn I just saw is on Amazon. I can always add it to the wish list.
Okay. Yeah, get somebody to buy it for you. Let's see what happens. Write a
Let's
write a
see.
report on how
Right.
this stuff
Well,
is.
I mean, at least one of my videos was about trying novelty soda. I don't know if you saw that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, Stool actually joined me for that one.
Indeed, yes.
I remember that one. That's
Let's
neat.
see. Okay, and let's just put in the word smart food, so hopefully that comes up. Well, yes, there it be. Of course you can only get it through fresh. God damn it.
What the hell is smart food supposed to be? I mean, it's not a potato with an IQ of 153, is it?
Smart food is popcorn.
Okay.
You've seriously never had smart food?
Is it
No.
supposed to eat us?
No.
No, I am new
Like,
to this
like
smart food arena here.
seriously, because it's been around since like the 90s at least.
Okay, well
Really?
remember I don't get out
Not
of
in
the
most
house
states.
all that much.
Well, still, smart food.
All right
You've
then.
seriously never seen smart food?
No, I'm
Oh, I've
serious.
seen that. Yeah.
That's crazy. How do you not? Oh, well, whatever.
I keep telling you how little I get out of the house, okay?
Yes, you go to the kinds of places where they sell smart food. Genius.
I'm just not. I've seen smart food now. I wonder how smart food is. That's the thing. And then there's this cat crawling all over me.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's tasty for whatever that's worth. Oh, hey, is that what I'm after?
No.
No, it's not. No, well, I saw
What's that
a
soybean
triple
dip called?
pack. Oh, wait a minute. No, you can't do it. I see a triple pack of smart food, but it's sweet and salty kettle corn, white cheddar, and movie theater butter. So it's not what I'm after.
Oh my, Colleen. That's one of the things I was thinking of doing, but I don't know if trying to make a smoothie would destroy my blender or not. I don't know.
I don't like smoothies. Smoothies are gross.
It's been a very
Like,
long time
like
since I've had one.
well, the big problem I think with
Me too.
with a smoothie is people insist, and I mean insist, on putting bananas in them.
Oh, okay, okay.
You
You
know,
don't
I
always
mean,
have to
I'd
go with
rather like
bananas.
throw in a bunch of strawberries, maybe. That'll thicken it up the way bananas do. It'll be a little different, but at least the flavor will be appealing.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I've got the
I
blender.
go out and pick my fruit.
The blender
What
I
was that?
have.
Go ahead.
The blender you have.
Oh, okay. The blender I have has got to be what, 30 years old or more.
Oh,
Yeah, and I don't know if it would survive or not.
so you're saying it's on its last legs, and if you try to make a smoothie, it won't have a leg to stand on?
Pretty much. There you go.
Hey.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's an Oster. I don't think that it's a Waring. I think it's an Oster.
Never heard it pronounced quite that way. It's usually Oster,
Oh, okay.
or at least that's the way
Yeah,
I've always
Oster.
heard it. Um, mind you, I don't even own a blender,
Help me,
so
Oster. Help me, Oster. Help me, Oster. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
alrighty then.
Yeah, a little bit of Beach Boys there for you. Oh, my word. Maybe it's time to get a new blender. You're probably
Drink.
right, Colleen. And the other thing too is that the container or the whatever that thing is called that holds the stuff, that's glass, and
Sorry. Oh, this. Okay. Took me a second to know what you were talking about, actually. I thought we had gotten off blenders and I didn't know what the stuff was.
moof beef, yeah, whatever it is that you put in the blender and you're blending it, the stuff that's
Hmm.
containing the stuff that you're blending is glass. So
Yeah.
yeah, I could just imagine, trying to crush ice in one of those damn things.
Hmm. All right. Well, but I mean, people do it. It's not unusual.
To be loved by anyone, it's
Yeah,
not
I was
unusual
thinking
to
it.
be.
I was thinking it. You can stop that. But yeah, this
The hell?
makes
Oh
me laugh.
yeah, popcorn girl.
Okay.
It does look terrifying, doesn't it? Like until you can really spot the bag of popcorn, it just looks terrifying. And
Move
then there's
beef.
this, which is probably offensive as fuck, but it makes me laugh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Oh shit. That's a pretty corny joke.
Yeah.
Well, there's the other thing for you,
Okay.
Colleen.
Yeah.
It
What
works
you
though.
did there, I see it.
Move beef.
Well, the joke he made.
Oh, okay. Oh my! It's the other thing I'd been wondering recently. When I saw it used in a certain Korean recipe, I was wondering how much I would really use a food processor and whether or not it would be worth buying one. I don't know.
Why not?
Because if I'm going to spend, I'm just going to pull numbers out of my arse here. If I'm going to spend $100 for an item I'm going to use once a year, I'm not sure I can justify it. But if I spend $100 for an item I use every week, okay, maybe.
I'm
It
gonna have to
depends
see,
on the speed in which you can prep the veggies.
I'm gonna have to see if this smart food is actually available at Whole Foods, so I don't have to order it.
Because there was this thing, Korean recipes, of a chicken dumpling, and then you ran the chickie through this food processor to get a paste out of it. And I'm looking at that and I'm saying, yeah, okay, so you do that because doing it another way is not efficient. And okay, maybe there are other things I could do with it, but would I be doing enough of them?
So kind of like a meat grinder accessory.
Kind of, yeah.
Wow, do I really have
Yeah.
to go all the way to
Uh,
Target to get this shit?
Well, how far does that mean?
Far enough that I don't want to do it.
Okay.
And hey, look, Walmart. Let's look up more places. Oh, look, there's Target. It's all Target and Walmart.
Pretty much everything is anymore.
Yeah, no, that's not true. Hey, look, there's Sam's Club.
Well, that's just Walmart.
Is it?
Sam is Sam Walton.
Yeah, same company.
Weird. All right, well, I don't know. There's stores out there that are not either of those two. They exist. I've been in them.
Moo. I mean, I actually was in a Bed Bath and Beyond recently. They finally reopened because this particular one was closed for quite a while.
In the future, it's going to be Bed Infinity and Beyond.
Okay.
You've never seen Toy Story, have you?
Why?
No, I haven't.
Explain.
Oh, what's wrong with you? You gotta see Toy Story. Well, you're familiar with the character Buzz Lightyear?
To infinity and beyond, yes.
Right. So bed, infinity,
Okay.
and beyond. How do you not? All right. I has anyone ever used Instacart? Because I can get this shit from Instacart apparently.
I have not.
Actually, wait a minute.
Are you
I've been
kidding?
avoiding. Hold on. I've been avoiding using the Amazon's Fresh service simply because I wouldn't know when they had arrived. But I totally could do it now because I'm hooked up to the door buzzer finally after 4.5 years living here.
Okay, then. Yeah, I mean, you're asking
Yeah, but
about.
still, how fresh is warehouse food?
Well, I would be ordering something that's in a bag, like chips. So, it'll
Ah.
be fresh enough, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've just recently discovered DoorDash. It actually works.
I wouldn't use it. Grubhub is much better, more reliable.
Okay, well, it's not my choice. The
Oh,
particular.
and so is Uber Eats.
Okay, the place I ordered the Rubens from uses DoorDash to get them to you. So
Exclusively?
yeah, they do the choosing, not you.
Well, because that's the
Well, you
thing.
guys
In
are lucky.
San Diego, if you go to like the website of like a restaurant, you'll often be given a choice. But if you're not, go to something like Grubhub and look up that restaurant because it might be on their list anyway.
Okay, I'll try that and see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of options that way. I've discovered that a lot of times the things I'm looking for are just plain not advertised. Like, looking for this popcorn stuff.
Mm.
Sure, I went to Google and like went to their shopping tab to find it and clicked on nearby stores and all of that. And there's a good chance that it's somewhere that Google doesn't know. Like
Mm.
Google doesn't know where this is in a brick and mortar store. Because there have been times I've encountered products I've been looking for that were not mentioned on Google as being at these particular stores. So, it's not super reliable for shopping sometimes.
Because what would happen? Well, I did this twice. Because the first time was I haven't had a Reuben in ages, and the second time was I liked that Reuben 2 weeks ago, so I'm going to have another one. But I went to the website of the restaurant in question, did my ordering, and then they scooted me over to DoorDash.
Yeah, it's a lot easier sometimes to go to the website of the delivery and do it that way. Just because, like I said, there might be hidden options.
Okay.
Also, I just noticed that this $25 tub of popcorn also has $8.99 delivery. I think I'm going to take it off of my wish list. Much as I want to
Yeah.
try this stuff, I'm not going to do that to anyone who
Wow.
likes to send me shit off my wish list. So
Not even your stalker?
actually, he might do it, but uh, no. No, I'm not. No, just no.
Oh my. Yeah, Colleen says Instacart is kind of in a controversy here because they're firing people who are in favor of a union.
Well, everyone's doing that right now. I mean, goodness knows
Ah.
that like, Lyft and Uber definitely don't like union talk,
Mm-hmm. It's true.
and
No
like
major
pretty
industry
much
has
anything.
ever liked union talk.
The whole like gig economy, gig jobs, those there people are talking union because they're getting fucked over.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, I've used those services. I mean, I've gone here, there, and everywhere aboard an Uber car. But when you come down to it, their business model or the Lyft business model, that sort of thing, sucks arse because they are shoveling all of the responsibility, the risk, everything else
Mm-hmm.
on the people that license from them. They're the driver bear all the insurance cost and everything else. You know,
Mm.
the Uber people get by. All they're just a transaction moderator. That's it.
Well, yeah, and like they don't give any like health care to their gig workers because they
Right,
don't have to. They're
right,
gig workers
right.
and all of that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Hopefully,
think
it'll be
of.
moot
Yeah, they
soon.
consider
At
them
least I can
subcontractors.
try it. Um, let's see what else. There was something I was gonna say. Oh, did I ever tell you about the time a Lyft driver called me Karen and it was totally unjustified?
You may have.
Well, like, okay, I was trying to
I
transport
didn't
my
hear it.
computer. Well, I'm doing it now, dude. I was trying to transport my computer to a repair place, and
Yes, you
so
did
I,
tell
I
me.
had to call. Well, I'm telling harmonica here.
Mhm.
Um, so I decided to use
Got delayed.
Lyft, and the guy showed up, but I couldn't find him.
Yeah.
And it turned out that he had parked quite a bit down the block and on the other side of the street. And I told him I couldn't find him, but no part of him decided to actually come closer. And so he said, "Well, I'm here." And I said, "Okay, I'm gonna need you to come closer because I have a heavy object that needs to go in the trunk." And he pulls up and he goes, "Oh, hi, Karen." I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "You're so rude, making demands at me."
Oh, shit.
I'm like, "What?" And I bitched to Lyft about it because that's not a way a guy should be behaving. And they said, "Okay, yes, this guy did everything wrong. You should not be insulting the customer. And you are, as a Lyft driver, supposed to go up to where the person is standing. That is part of the job. And if you don't do it, you're doing it wrong." Right. So I was not the asshole here. That was
Mm-hmm.
him.
Mm-hmm.
Just learned something today.
I don't know what happened to the guy. Like Lyft will not tell you if they've disciplined a person. I want to know if he got
Well,
fired or faced some sort of consequence for his bullshit.
I don't know if they're allowed to tell you. Are they?
I don't know. I just know that they won't.
Move beef. Okay. Oh, this is great. Catherine says last night was drunks on parade. Anybody want to guess whether today will be crackheads on parade? Oh, jeez, lady,
Um,
you've got the great job going there.
so it's her job. What job is this?
Oh, she's at a hotel working night shift.
Oh, see, my first thought was hospital actually, but hotel. Gotcha.
Oh my. Yeah, this is the interesting
Oh,
thing is that I've had no horrible experiences such as you described, Kate. A couple of times there have been drivers that are less talkative than I might have wanted, but yeah, what the hell?
mm, I usually let them take the lead on that one if they're like chatty. If they're not, I just put on the headphones and listen to some tunes.
Yeah,
Either way,
I mean,
but
You know,
same,
but
you
there
same
have the
here.
have been times.
same problems with those drivers as I do the cops. You know, they show up on my lawn and everything, say, you can't threaten to, shove a howitzer up the banker's ass. And it's like, you know what? They're the ones who stole it from me. Go away, you whippersnapper. You got 4, maybe 5 minutes before I find my hose and wet you down, you little bastard.
Duck Honey, hi, how are ya? Yay! Okay, okay. Now, I got the question. Are you and Catherine calling from your respective hotels?
I'm going to assume by Catherine you don't mean me.
No, I mean Chinese.
Hmm. See, I don't know any of these side people's real names.
Move beef. I don't know. Whatever the reason is, I tend toward actual names. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'm horrible for doing it. Please, somebody tell me if I am or not. You know.
I'm going to say yes. I mean, because the
No,
whole no, 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 no. Let me explain first. The whole point is communication. And so if you're using terminology that other people don't know, you're not communicating with them. So if someone has an online name and no one's ever learned and like a lot of people haven't learned their like meat space name, you're gonna have to use the online name to communicate with people so they know who the fuck you're talking about, because otherwise they don't have the associations, the reference.
Well,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
in so many of these cases, I have knowledge of the name because they've used it online.
Well, maybe they
Um,
haven't used it where everyone can see.
that's a
So
possibility. That is a possibility right there.
again, it's so much easier to just say their username if your intent is to be understood.
Move beef. Okay, so we got a work squad going here.
Hmm?
Both Doc and Sinise are at their respective jobs, which are both
Oh,
hotels.
I suppose you could say I'm technically at my job too. Right now, I'm re-rendering the most
Hmm?
recent shot of Quinn Redshift.
Okay, then. Sounds good.
So technically, I'm working.
And I suppose if you really wanted to, you could say the
So
same
you,
thing about me because this is the closest I come to work. Um,
same here.
okay. I don't necessarily think of this as work equals drudgery, but I guess you could almost call it work because I do this on a regular basis and I do get a couple of dollars out of it. Whether I'm
Oh,
worth that
what's
or
really
not is
funny? Well, you know how I haven't been putting out videos, right? Just because I'm working on Quinn Redshift and all
yep,
that.
yep.
Well, I got $9 from Patreon this month for not putting out videos. I
All
don't know how
right.
that happened.
I
I have
don't
no
either.
idea how that happened.
Because a similar thing happened to me, actually. Unless it's the way Patreon does their reporting, which is entirely possible. Because I try to do my reporting, I try to do my books the way a chief financial officer would, do them that tightly. And about 30 bucks has appeared out of nowhere. There's no explanation of where it came from, but it's there. And I'm like, what
Hmm.
the hell?
That's
Um,
incredible.
well, the thing is, from Patreon, I got a notification of my payments, so that makes a bit of a difference. That's how I knew it happened,
Yeah,
and that's
because
how I knew the source.
but what gets me though is you got this $9 when you're getting paid by the video and you haven't put out shit since when?
That was the part that I thought was
Right?
weird. And,
Yeah.
and I actually feel a little bit bad about it because someone somewhere paid money to me for doing nothing. And I feel bad about that. I don't want to. I mean, like, if it was from the government, fine, but from one of my subscribers, I feel bad about it.
Moo, actually, yeah.
So,
Um, so
Well, I would. You know what, Kate? I wouldn't if I were you because you've been announcing this schedule of yours for well over a month now of how you were going to do your channel, i.e., exit out of most of it.
hmm,
So don't be apologetic too much.
well, still.
I mean, as
Um,
far as the money
People
goes,
just like you, and they're going to support you.
See, and that's the funny thing is there are some people who are so freaking devoted to me, but there are other people who detest me with the white hot fury of 1,000 suns. It's so weird. Like there's very little in between.
I
Hmm.
could actually see how that is.
Well, you know what? Hmm.
I mean,
When you're
you
talking about there's, you get to a certain point of fame, there's always one guy who's spanking it to you.
Huh.
That was me.
I
actually,
okay.
as far as I can
Haha.
see, you seem to be the
Well, I
type of
mean, the
person
thing is,
who
I've made that reference many times. I've said when you're mildly famous or at all famous online, someone somewhere has masturbated to you. I've said that many times, and now I know.
Yep.
well, I'll tell you, I
Yep.
don't.
Now you know.
Mm, and knowing is half the battle.
I mean, I think of you saying that, and then I think of it
Sorry,
being
Leavenworth.
applied to me, and I'm thinking, no, why? No, it just doesn't work that way.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
Holy freaking shit.
Holy
20
crap.
grand to smell your feet?
Wait, what was that about smelling feet?
I
She
don't know
says,
why
I
that
did once have a
caught me
drunk
so
pervert
funny.
call my hotel offering me 20 grand to let them smell my feet. And okay, from the way you're describing this, I'm thinking, okay, you did not take this person up on the offer, and I'm thinking, why?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if someone wanted to, smell my feet for 20 grand, I would so totally do it. If they tried to go further, well, I'd make sure it was in public.
There you go, there you go. Yeah, I'll
Uh,
meet you
Well,
down in
yeah,
the
especially if
lobby,
it
you
starts
know?
tickling your feet.
say
Then
that
it
again.
becomes torture.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind having 20 grand. I could do so many amazing things with that.
Yeah, I know
And
Mm-hmm.
that feeling.
that is the attitude people are supposed to have with money. I want money because I could do so many awesome things with it. As opposed to I'll just stick it in the bank in the Caymans and forget about it.
There you go. That's ickiness. That is the definition of ickiness.
Hmm.
Oh, I just don't know
Well,
anymore.
I'm in a Facebook group called "Make a Move, You Useless Sapphic," which is basically about how lesbians have a really difficult time flirting, a really difficult time letting people know that you're interested, and
Okay.
so the whole group is about that, and yeah, so that picture right there. I have others. There's one. Where is it? Actually, I might have shown it last time. Come to think of it, it was black and white, and it had these. It was just text. Um. Oh, where is it? Oh well, I'll find it in a sec. So while I'm looking,
Yes,
wait.
dear.
Yes, here it is. Found it. Copy image and diff.
Okay, then.
Yep, that's yeah. Because I mean that is a problem. I've had people from Seattle, my Seattle peeps, telling me how many people hit on me and I didn't notice. It's totally like a lesbian
That's
thing.
funny.
It's just not even knowing you're being hit on and not doing the hitting on yourself.
Move beef. Well, the one that gets me is, unfortunately, I can't afford to get anywhere with anyone. Because let's face it, there is a cost to this.
Mm.
You've got to have something to offer. And sorry, kids, I just don't.
Oh, see, that's not what I thought you meant. I thought you were talking about money to go out to buy drinks, get there, get
That's
back,
that's
etc.
what that's what that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you've got to have the money there, and I don't have it.
Well, it's not just the money though. When you get to like I'm 51, you get to a certain age, and it's like, you know what? I just don't even give a shit anymore. I appreciate your beauty, but who gives a shit? I don't have any money. I'm not gonna date you. I don't feel like sex. I just want a friend to talk to once in a while, and that's about it.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm getting lonely. I've been cooped up in this apartment, which, by the way, is starting to smell a wee smidge, with two cats, and that's it. The most in person personal contact I've had has been with cashiers. So, it'd be nice to have
Ah,
someone. It really would. Mind you, I've heard a lot of stories about people who have like been cooped up with a loved one for way too long and they end up hating each other.
Mm.
So there's that.
mm-hmm. Well, I desire human contact as well. I haven't really had any in about 10 years, and I thought like I didn't give a shit or anything, but I kind of do want to snuggle with somebody, and have a little bit of apple cider and watch a good movie or whatever.
Hmm.
But right now in this day and age, it just doesn't seem like that's going to be a possible thing with this crud going around. Not for a
Mm.
while.
And
Yeah, like I've seen some really pessimistic estimations of when the pandemic might be over. The worst one was 7 years, and I'm like,
Yeah, I saw. Hey,
but also that seemed to be globally. Like here in the U.S., it could be a lot quicker, apparently, as long as people vaccinate.
well, I was going to say I wouldn't count on it because you know what aerosols we have here in the U.S.
I'll, I'll,
Um,
I'll- did we ever make vaccines like legally mandatory? You know, things like polio and all of those.
Not that I know of. I suppose that if one were to search, there might be something out there about that. But I don't think that things like polio or smallpox were legally mandated. It was just a case of people understanding their worth.
Well, I'm looking
and
here,
measles too.
and it says it's historyofvaccines.org. And government regulation, let's see, the development and growing use of smallpox vaccine in the early 1800s triggered the establishment of vaccination mandates, especially for children. Then, as the incidence of smallpox declined over time, some governments loosened requirements while other mandates remained in place.
Hmm.
At the same time, a variety of governmental agencies and regulations emerged to oversee the production and testing of vaccines. The judicial branch of U.S. federal government has had a role as well in vaccination. A variety of court decisions have considered the validity of vaccination mandates and have attempted to address the conflict between individual rights and protection of the public's health. Below are a variety of events, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, honestly, I see the argument that forcing vaccines is kind of authoritarian. That's pretty obvious, to be perfectly honest. But at
Well,
the same time, this is definitely for the public good and not in some like sleazy, it's for the public good, you have to do this. No, literally saving lives, public good
yeah, there you
is what
go.
this is for.
That's
I would not be averse to making it mandatory simply because of that.
that's where I was going to
But
come from.
if I
Yeah.
were drafting the legislation, I would make it very specific so that if someone tries to use this as precedent, they'll have a difficult time of it because it will be very fucking specific about the circumstances under which it can and can't be done.
What I want to know here is when does it start, or has it already started, the yelling and screaming about the vaccine record, administration cards being used as internal passports?
Are people doing that? Are they
Um,
being told no?
Not that I know of, but I'm waiting for the screaming coming from the lunatic fringe about. But they're going to start doing it. They're going to start doing it. One of those deals.
Really? Because I would have thought the lunatic fringe would be the people who'd say they're not doing it and that's a problem. I would have thought they'd be the ones who were like, but my freedom to travel around the country is what I expect
Well,
them
they're
to do.
well. This is what I'm thinking. It's them saying my freedom to travel around the country. So you cannot make me carry one of these cards in order to do it.
Oh, yeah, I had that one from the reverse end there because you kept saying they're doing it, which made me think that it meant people were like the government was forcing people to have that ID.
Okay, if I said it badly, I am so
Well,
sorry.
there's
Because
already talk about that with passport out of the country.
Oh, well, yeah, you need
There,
the real
there's
ID.
already an argument starting about that, and there's, you know, yeah. But the thing of it is, uh, it's way too early to set any standard to bitch about yet.
Well, with the vaccine, at least, we've had a year to go, so I don't know. It just I
Hmm.
would very much like to see the backside of this pandemic. I'd like to see it going away, but I don't know that it will happen until people
Yep.
start doing what's necessary.
Right.
You
And
know, I
you know they're
mean,
not, at least a significant portion will not.
I wonder how many of these people would be wearing masks and saying okay to the vaccine if it hadn't been for Trump. You know, if he hadn't been saying masks aren't necessary, in fact, if he'd been saying, yeah, absolutely wear a mask, because honestly, I would have, even if Trump said it. And I wonder if they would have because they're so fanatical towards him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, this
But
is.
Hmm.
Doc says, I live in Iowa. Sunday, the governor canceled all of the COVID regulations. No more masks, no more social distancing. Businesses have no capacity limits. And then, very angry looking face. This is what gets me, is that you've got governments doing this horse shit.
well, unfortunately, our government is that partisan. I mean, these are clearly places run by the people that would oppose this no matter what.
Yeah, well,
Like, because they're Trumpetites,
we are talking Iowa here. So, yeah.
Trumpanzees.
Yeah.
Although I'll be honest, I like Trumpetites. That's better as far as I'm concerned. But hey,
Or Trump-Luddites? Would that?
Yeah, it sounds too much
Trump,
like
no,
troglodyte.
Trump,
Well, I'm
not
trying
Trump.
to get to
No,
troglodyte.
no. Trump Odite, Trumpetite. You see, and yes, it's supposed to kind of sound like troglodyte, but Trump.
Well, I'm not at all sure that I should be happy. I live in Pennsylvania as well, and you've got some real wackos here. Because, just take a look at the map of Pennsylvania, and I've said this many times before, I'll say it again. You've got relative sanity in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and Harrisburg, and the rest of the damn state is as red as a used tampon on a heavy flow day. It's horrible. I thought you'd like that. But I didn't do it just for you. I've already done that one.
Okay. I just got a kick out of it.
That's the idea. I'm supposed to get people smiling over it. Maybe it'll take hold. Oh my, it's just horrible here.
Yeah, but people are that nuts everywhere. I got a neighbor that told me the reason why.
Quite sufficient.
Okay.
They need to go and eat again soon. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
Well, all I ate was like the leftover pineapple from the day, like a day or two ago. So,
Oh,
I could easily make like some ramen, some pasta, stir fry, some vegetables. Actually, I haven't fried
there
up
you
any
go.
vegetables in a while. Maybe I'll do that.
Hey, Catherine, I may have been. She may have been around the last time I used that. I don't know, but tell her anyway. I'm sure if she hasn't heard it, she'd love it. Oh my! Oh my! Oh Jesus! I cannot remember what got me thinking about that one. It just came to me one day.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, that shot's rendering. Yay!
Yeah, your mom was here earlier.
Yeah.
Too bad the timing didn't work out.
Yeah.
I love it when those two go back and forth. Siamese and Psy sister.
Well, I love it when a plan comes together.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Trying to remember
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the actor's name. I know it was the George Kennedy. That's it.
Papard. No, George Papard.
Papard. Oh, okay. Yep, good old A-Team.
Refresh my memory. What movie?
Wait, say that again? Oh, no, not a movie. TV series, The A-Team.
Oh,
Okay then.
okay. Yeah, that makes more sense to me now.
Yeah, with the cigar, and I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still amused that the guy who played Murdoch was also on TNG.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
he played Lieutenant Barclay.
all right.
The guy who was like super nervous and neurotic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moo.
Oh.
Moo.
I mean, he's been in a bunch of stuff, but I still know him best from the A Team.
Oh, that was a television series about what is it on 30 years ago, something like that.
Well, it was, early to mid 80s.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be 40 years
uh,
ago. Bleh.
good
Mm,
shows.
yeah. It was basically a bunch of guys who had like broken out of a military stockade during Vietnam, and now they drive around the country righting wrongs as like kind-hearted vigilantes, basically. And every now and then, the like what's his name, General Decker or something, catches up with them, and they have to escape him again.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
So yeah, it. I mean, it was. I'm pretty sure it was created by the same guy who did Knight Rider, Airwolf, Battlestar Galactica, all of those.
Okay, I'll take your word for that
Yeah,
one.
sounds about right.
Yeah. So Glenn A. Larson, that's the guy's name. And yeah, so I mean, it was part of a sort of an '80s tradition, having these like really bizarre sort of action partnership people. Like I think he also was involved in making Riptide, if you've ever seen that one.
No.
Now, that was the one with like a couple of guys living in like Florida or something on a boat, and they have a really ugly helicopter. And one of them's like a total geek bag, and he has a robot.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like
It
fun.
it was a silly detective show, sort of in the same vein as Magnum PI. I have it on disc. It's not bad,
Oh yeah,
although
I know what you're talking about.
the last season's iffy.
Moo.
Yeah.
Moo. 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 Moo.
So,
Moo. Moo.
Anyway,
Moo. 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 Moo.
Riptide. Yeah, there we go.
Moo. 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 Moo.
hi Google.
Okay, present now a window. Not that one, this one. Go. Riptide.
Alrighty then. Oh my. Oh
Yeah,
my.
and when I said that they have a very ugly helicopter,
Holy shit, man.
Oh, I thought that
yeah,
was a Simon and Simon helicopter.
well, the thing is that like dude who created Airwolf was like, okay, we made this absolutely amazing high-tech helicopter, and our next show it's going to be a rundown piece of shit.
Alrighty then.
And thus the helicopter from Riptide.
Is that a takeoff on the the Flying Tigers
Hmm.
thing?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, okay. Let me fix that.
Why don't you just tell me?
It's the shark's teeth.
On.
Okay.
Okay, you're leaving me without context here. Where is this? Some fighting force in the military during
Yes,
World
it
War
is.
II or something?
Yes, it is.
Okay, see, that's what you say.
Okay, yeah,
They
and
started off with the Mustangs, I believe.
actually, I thought it started with Claire Chenault. Um, the
I'm not sure.
the
Nowadays they do it with the A-10 Warhogs.
Those are some very interesting planes that have been around since forever. I would have thought they'd have changed it up.
what, the Warthogs?
Yeah.
I guess you could say they were around forever. Um,
Well, I remember them being around in at least the 80s.
yeah, they were flying in the first Iraq War.
I swear it was before
Mm-hmm.
that.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they were flying, then it's not surprising they were out there before that. No, let me have a okay, Tayo Korostu, and then you have a Widno, and you have one of these, and you have one of those,
Well,
and this is what I'm talking about. The
I've seen them before. It's just the Flying Tigers was not a
Oh,
reference
okay.
I had. So, there was no context to know what you meant.
Agafufu.
But, but once you said yes, fighting force, I was like, oh, those planes. So, let's see. So it says that the Warthog was post World War II, although actually I was redirected from Warthog to Thunderbolt. So I
Oh
don't know.
yeah, the A10 is officially the Thunderbolt 2.
Oh, all right, because I've never heard it called anything but a Warthog. They're
Oh,
not
Yeah, Warthog
really.
was
yeah.
It looks like
affectionate.
it says here on February 10th, 1976, Deputy Secretary of Defense Bill Clements authorized full rate production with the first A-10 being accepted by the Air Force Air Command on 30 March 1976. Production continued and reached a peak rate of 13 aircraft per month. By 1984, 750, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so 70s, mid 70s. Like I said, they've been around for ages.
Mm-hmm.
And I only know this thing exists because of cartoons.
Alrighty.
It was in a lot of cartoons.
You should see him in action. It's fucking awesome.
Huh?
No need to apologize, Catherine. Oh God, that thread was so much fun. I loved that thread.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Vacuum cleaners, huh?
it devolved into sex anecdotes, and then Jeanette
Seems
came
like an
in
odd
here
fit.
with cut it out, you two.
It sounds like a rather strange fetish to me.
Okay.
Vacuums, sex with them, have you ever seen the movie The Great Outdoors with John Candy?
I know of it.
Yep.
I have not seen
Okay, 'cause
it.
there's a scene where the two wives are talking to each other and they're complaining about their husbands and the lack of sex, apparently. And one of them, she's like, "Yeah, sometimes I stay in the laundry room and lean against the washing machine during a
Oh,
spin cycle. It's
jeez.
all the pleasure I get." Right. And then at one point, the two families are having this big argument, and like the other wife, she shouts, "Oh, go find yourself a spin cycle."
Oh
And
my.
like that line stuck with it. It was like one of the two things I remembered about that movie before I saw it again like 2 years ago. The
Yeah,
other
it was awesome.
when the bear attacks and they shoot it in the ass with a shotgun and it runs away looking like its ass had been shaved.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
other
blew all the
thing.
hair right off its ass. It was awesome.
Oh my.
No, you know me. I loves me some 80s movies. And for some reason, The Great Outdoors is one of the ones I put on my list of like being iconic of my own personal childhood, at least. Because I
Mo.
remember watching that with some of the neighbor kids, laughing our asses off and loving it. So, Yeah.
I could
It's
imagine
iconic
your
for sure.
DMs there, Catherine. Well,
What? How many Dungeons and Dragons games is she in?
many much.
Hmm.
Well, I remember the whole thing getting started with the heroes. Oh, Pete's Heroes. That's it.
What's that?
Oh, there's a Discord group that got started, and I think that's where I first ran into you, isn't it, Catherine? Chinese.
Well,
Um,
um, it's weird to me when terminology changes sometimes because I remember we used to talk about PMs, not DMs, PMs, private messages, you see.
Dayukorostu. Yeah, now it's direct
And now
messages.
everyone says DMs, and all I can hear when people say that is Dungeon Masters
Mm-hmm.
because I played enough D&D. Um, and there's a lot of little acronyms like that where they meant something once and now they so totally don't anymore.
Yep. Yeah,
So
shitloads of stuff like that, actually.
I find it quite annoying. I mean, because I find what I like, and then the rest of the world decides to go another way, and that is such a pain.
Yes, indeed. And I have that problem with clothing. Um, I find something I really like, and then the next time I go to get it, it ain't there.
Actually, I'm having that problem with food at my supermarket. Every
It
time I
sounds like
like something,
none of us.
it'll be there for a month and then they discontinue it.
Okay, then.
Well, okay,
Mhm.
Mage, probably better you don't do it on a forum. Okay, if D&D is best in person.
We got you're
So,
all around the table getting high together or drunk together or whatever it takes. Yeah.
well, also I keep
Join the
getting
circle.
notifications from my bank telling me I should sign up for what was it, ADD insurance, by which they mean accidental death or dismemberment. But that's not what ADD means in my world.
Uh huh. Right, right, right,
Nope.
right.
Little things like that. It's yeah.
Well, it's really interesting where I get those requests from various places. How about our insurance program and everything else? And we'll pay your bill for you if you're accidental. And I've been disabled since 1990. What are you talking about? I'm saying this to myself. I'm not telling them, but
Well, I mean, that's one thing is like I technically used to be disabled. Technically, like I was not allowed to drive a car, that's for damn sure, even if I had one.
mm,
So, I mean, does that count as a disability? I think it might, because they gave me a discounted bus pass in Seattle.
okay
Like I could
then.
ride the buses
Hmm.
for like a buck where everyone else is paying 250 because I'm not allowed to drive, or at least wasn't.
Do I,
So, I mean, that was super convenient.
Oh, I'm doing that now. I have a half price bus pass, and well, it's not a bus pass. It's that uh, whatever you call those card where you put the money on the card, and then when you
Debit. It's
tap
just
the
it's a
thing,
debit. It's a debit card.
yeah, and it's one that you could use only on that bus, only on the
Yeah,
bus.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing
Um,
is, though, now my doctor went and cured me, and I don't qualify for discounted bus passes anymore.
I don't know, man. That is not to the thing on the thing, but the thing. But
That's it.
what was really interesting is when they first came
Hmm.
out with those cards. They don't do it anymore, but they used to have colors of cards. If you were a boy, you got a blue card. If you were a girl, you got a pink card.
That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, a little bit. Um,
What if you tell them you're non-binary?
I don't know. Well, I don't know what would happen. I guess they would just look at you and say, "What the hell is that?" But what they were doing, I'm reasonably sure what they were doing, is
Hmm.
if you looked to the driver like a boy and you presented a pink card, that would mean to the driver that you are using someone else's card. And
Did you ever verify that?
Hmm.
actually, no, I never got the chance to because now it's all green cards.
Oh, so they think you're all immigrants.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
Somebody might have brought that thing up right there. Said, maybe they don't look like what the card says, and they're not
Well,
trying to defraud anyone. Let's
well, here's
say,
the thing. The bus pass that I had my picture on it.
oh, okay, no, PennDOT doesn't do the. I'm sorry, not PennDOT.
Hmm.
The Port Authority, they don't do that. No, the pictures aren't there. Not even on the full price cards.
The FDA is the pork authority.
Okay, pretty much. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I could just, the thing that I thought of, and maybe somebody has brought up, maybe somebody is in a position that I used to be in, where I haven't got everything changed over yet, but I'm still hitting the street doing the Diana thing, but all my documentation says Edward, and of course they have to give me the blue card, and then I'm trying to use the blue. the blue card to get on the bus looking like Diana, and there's a no, you're not doing that right. And I wonder if that happened somewhere. Okay, then.
It's not focusing, but picture. Anyway, like I said, I still have it, obviously.
Obviously, yes.
Well, I mean, at some point I do intend to visit Seattle. I might as well. Hopefully, they didn't go. Well, we canceled the card due to lack of use. Like I don't know if I can refill it anymore.
I don't know. I am like 99 and 44/100% sure that Chicago canceled my Ventra card because I haven't used it in 4 years. Well, almost 4 years.
Does Ventra mean something?
It's an acronym for whatever agency is issuing that card.
Mine says Orca on it because apparently Seattle has a whale fetish.
Okay then. Yeah, I think it works
It's a dolphin.
in places other than Chicago, so it's not a CTA card or anything like that. Well, let me just for the hell of it, you got me wondering now again.
Now you guys got me lost on that shit. I rode a bus one time into town. That was it. I was lucky that it came by my neighborhood.
Well, when you said CTA, my brain started up a song that has a very similar title.
Wouldn't be the MTA, would it?
It really would.
Okay then. I love that song.
Yeah. Well, did he ever return?
Uh-huh.
No, he never returned, and his fate is still unlearned. Yeah, anyway.
Okay, Ventra is an electronic fare payment system for the CTA, Metra, and PACE, which replaced the Chicago card and the transit card automated fare collection systems. Ventra launched in 2013 August, with a full system transition occurring in July 2014. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do me a quick favor. The second word of the entry, read it again.
The second word of okay, wait. Ventra.
The second word you read.
Ventra is an electronic.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
All right. I wasn't sure if I'd heard is or was.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah.
See, by the way, I was not sloppy with my language on that one. I genuinely wanted one word, and it was the second one you said.
Yeah. It's I had forgotten how many transit systems operate in Chicago. I had thought it was 2, but I see 3. Because there is the Chicago Transit Authority, and then there is Metra, and then there is PACE. Yeah. I used CTA and I used PACE. I hadn't used Metra.
Metra. I actually heard someone refer to meters that way. They said like, "Oh, we have to go half a metra," or is that? No, wait a minute. That's from Sci-Fi. Never mind. That's from Farscape.
Okay. It's a commuter rail system in the Chicago metropolitan area, serving Chicago and surrounding suburbs. So, or commuter rail system. What?
That is it. I gotta with this. Unfortunately, the caption did not come along for the ride, so I'm going to have to read it to you. It says, "So you can fry an egg on the sidewalk in Texas. That's cute. Look what we can do in Iowa."
Ah, there you go. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Yeah, I like that.
I just encountered it. I think it's hilarious.
Oh my! But I'll tell you,
Drink.
How it's very difficult for me to describe the feeling I had getting on board a CTA rail car for the first time in 30 years. I mean, it was like going home, man. I
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure that if I could afford to live there, I would be living in Chicago right now.
You do seem to have a bit of a Chicago fetish, I will say that.
Mm, um, I mean, it's weird. I don't understand it. I don't like large cities.
I only like the blues clubs.
Okay, but I don't like large cities, but I love Chicago.
Well, I love large cities. I was so glad to get the hell out of Vermont. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a bad place for a childhood. It just wasn't what I wanted. And and I mean, I kind of enjoy it when I go back, although it is very humid and I'd forgotten that. And I'd also forgotten all the mosquitoes.
Okay,
But it wasn't. It just, I don't know. I wanted a big city. I really did. When I moved to Seattle, I was so happy.
okay then.
Excuse me.
Moo.
Hmm.
Oh my, but yeah, it's I've been to New York several times, and it's an okay place to visit, but no, I wouldn't want to live there. Um, I've been to Boston. I don't think I could. I don't think I could live there either.
No, you haven't. You've been to Boston.
Yeah, okay.
In the past.
Now,
Yeah.
if there's any way I can do it, I'll see about getting back to Boston because I would love to be able to see a game at Fenway Park,
We know.
but I don't know how
My
things are going
sister
to
used to
go.
have a little poem about that.
But
What the
Fenway.
hell, how'd it go? Hoity-toity, look at the boys sitting on the coids, eating worms and chirping.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
have any idea which. I think she was talking about Boston.
So I'm seeing, like, I was just browsing Facebook real quick because I had to find something and ended up finding something else entirely. There's a card game very similar to Cards Against Humanity, I guess. It's called The Shame of Life. And it has all these like questions that you're supposed to either debate or discuss or whatever, like the most inappropriate movie to remake as a porno. But one of them here is, what should you never whisper to someone as they fall asleep? Me, I'm thinking that wasn't chicken.
Oh my, oh my.
That's not my finger.
Uh, that's a good one too. There's another one. It says here, this one's obvious. This one is completely obvious. It says, describe if getting an erection made a sound, what sound would you want it to make? Clearly, the answer is swing from Wayne's World.
Okay.
Yeah, or boing.
I don't think they said that. I just listen through my entire teen years. All I ever heard were guys saying swing.
Swing. Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think it was supposed to sound like a sword coming out of the scabbard.
Ah, move beef.
Eh, I don't know. Oh dear. Dilemma. Apocalypse is now. There's just you, a cat, a dog, a sweet old lady, no Oxford comma, and your rumbling tummy. Who's first on the menu? Now, much as I like eating pussy, the cat is safe.
Okay then.
Let's see. I don't know what dog tastes like, but I know they eat it in some foreign countries. I think Asian, actually.
Stringy.
Yeah.
And so I guess the sweet old lady is first on the
I
chopping
don't
block.
know. She might be kind of tough and stringy, though, right?
Well, it doesn't say. She could be like, the tubby jolly sort.
Move beef. Yeah.
So I remember, gosh, what was that? There was something where there was like a guy who was rather portly, who was saying, I don't know why everyone says we're jolly. Because the jolly fat man was a stereotype for a good long time.
Yep. Yep.
It's in a movie, wasn't it? I remember
Well,
something about that.
long before that. I mean, this was decades ago that I remember seeing whatever it was where the guy was bitching about it.
Well, hello, Veritas Tris Exmitus. Um, Interesting comment you've got there.
Hmm?
We will see how things go.
Absolutely haram, eh? All right.
Hmm.
Um, sure. There's a halal restaurant near me, a sandwich shop.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure if I looked around, I could find a kosher deli. Goodness knows, there's like a store. I don't even really. I think they mostly sell jewelry, but there's a bunch of stuff. Every Saturday they're closed. There's a sign on the door that says Shabbat Shalom.
uh huh.
Do they slice their meats with the laser?
Well, they don't serve meat in a jewelry store, but okay. Maybe they cut the diamonds with one.
There you go.
Maybe.
But are you allowed to cut the meat with the same laser you use for the diamond?
Just so long as you don't mix the chemicals used in the laser.
Okay, fine. That works.
I don't
Oh
Ah.
my.
know.
There are some wonderful.
Whatever you do, just don't let them cut the cheese.
There you go.
Mm.
Oh, there are some wonderful delis in the Cleveland area that I miss. Wonderful Jewish delis. But it's been a long time. Been a long been a long, lonely time.
Well, okay. Um, damn it, there was something I was gonna say, and oh well, whatevs.
But then I could find.
Oh, I remember now. It was something about cheese.
Okay.
Because we were talking about cheese for a second. I had something to say. Oh, right, cutting the cheese.
Hmm.
One thing I learned a few years ago is like, okay, men fart, but women effervesce.
Oh well.
I like that one.
Okay. Yeah, that works. That works many much.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me once that women don't sweat, they glisten. And I said, yeah, like a fucking pig.
Hmm,
Moo.
I didn't think pigs glisten because they're covered in shit and mud.
Well, that too. But yeah, now I'm thinking at it, and well, it's just too much of a pain in the arse to get there, though. There's a neighborhood here in Pittsburgh called Squirrel Hill where I could find many much Jewish delis. I mean, this is the neighborhood with all the hyper Orthodox Jews. The,
Okay.
what is that? The Hasidim.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, the entire place closes down, sundown on Friday. And if you want to see some of the stuff you've heard about, yeah, you just go there, and then, or all the women are accompanied because they have to be, and the whole thing like that. Moo.
Anyway, sorry, I saw something mildly amusing. Um, Now I'm still trying to decide if I want food.
Well, it's much too late for me to order food where I don't want food. Um,
Well, I wasn't thinking about ordering. I was gonna make something.
no, the thing
Right?
I'm
Like those vegetables I was talking about.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to stay up long enough to make some spaghetti alla carbonara.
Ooh, sounds good.
So cold pasta then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm.
Now, I think I've described it at you.
Yeah, but I didn't really care.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
Uh,
seem to remember there was a bunch of stuff in it that was just not anything I'd ever eat. So,
well, yeah, you certainly wouldn't eat the Parmesan.
ugh. So, okay, what's up with George Takei lately? He found some site that's dedicated to "Am I the asshole here?" and he will only post that on Facebook. Like seriously, the last 20 posts of his were on Facebook were that site.
Ache.
Hmm. Like, I mean, George Takei's mostly all right, but that's getting old.
Yeah,
It's
you stop saying, "Oh my."
Hmm.
moo. It sounds as bad as I get sometimes.
Okay.
I mean, there are times I get onto something and I just won't let go. You should know that by now.
I have noticed.
Oh, yeah. Well, plain pasta with olive
That
oil in
reminds
it.
me of my pecker.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds delicious. Favorite pasta is just plain with olive oil and a shit ton of garlic.
Mmm,
I wish I had a place
yummy.
for a garden. I would plant garlic. I love growing my own garlic.
Hmm. No, yeah, I'm content to let other people grow the food. Not my thing.
Moo.
Well, it involves way the heck too much poop,
Okay.
doesn't it?
Well, the herb gardens are very nice. You know, you get the fresh herbs, and they're way better than the like the pepper shakers and all that crap that you get. You get some fresh herbs you can cut down and chop the shit out of right there that day. Holy
Mm.
crap, that makes a better recipe.
Now, I want to see this version.
Okay.
Huh?
I am something too missing to
That's
making.
badass.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, Taprozhnie. Okay.
You know,
Oh,
you got
okay. Yeah, I
yourself
got the
the
lion.
lion, the Tin Man, and I'm assuming this is a scarecrow, and of course, you know, Dorothy. I'm given to understand she has a lot of friends.
Okay.
You've never heard that term before, have you? Friend of Dorothy to refer to gay
Mm,
men
no, I.
because it's a stereotype that they love Judy Garland. Have you
Oh,
never heard
moof
that
beef,
before?
moof beef. Okay. I know
That's I
about the
mean, maybe
stereo.
it's old or
I know about the stereotype. I just didn't know about the friend of Dorothy. Okay.
oh
It
yeah,
didn't come together.
that expression is ancient, but you know, I had to say that like I was saying fabulous because you know it was appropriate.
Shaleke, whatever that meant.
Um,
Mm-hmm. I just
hmm.
like the close up on the breastises because
Okay then. Yep.
Perv boy.
There's a comic I'm looking at right now that is basically an ancient GOP like privileged fucker who's giving all of the reasons why they don't want to try Trump. But the best is just the last panel. He goes, "We find the president innocent by reason of we don't care if he's guilty."
There you are. Mm-hmm.
All too true. So yeah. All right, it's like
I wish there were.
almost 10:15. I may have to go get that food soon.
Well, I may have to blow this pub
Because it is quite
stand.
late.
Well, I forget where you are, Randy, but it's like quarter after 1 a.m. here. Um, and
Yeah,
yeah,
it's to East Coast.
okay, Balagodista. And yeah, it is getting a little late. I may eventually blow this pump stand. Um, yeah, mate. You can garden without dealing with poop, but it is a good source of nutrients for the plants. And it's great for the looks from the neighbors when you drop trow in your cornfield, you know?
Huh?
It
Well,
sure is.
I'll tell you this much. Don't like, you know, get cornholed.
Uh-huh, yeah, pretty much.
So
Ooh,
anyway.
Oh, my. I
trying to
tell
have.
you, is this This guy is really and truly as full of shit as you say he is. I mean, I didn't
You're
think
gonna
it.
which guy? Trump?
Yes, I am.
Signings, many much mentions um, about her ex-husband shitting himself regularly.
Hmm.
And it almost sounds not humanly possible, but then again, maybe he's the exception, and whatever. Wow, that's. I mean, if
I
is
used
that
to do it accidentally because I have Crohn's disease, but purposely, now that's just nasty.
Hmm.
anda
You know, for a
yikida?
very long time, I didn't realize that Crohn's disease was not spelled Crone.
No, there's no involvement with old
Yeah.
women
Hmm.
here.
Yeah, well, how would I know, I had to look it up. Like the first time I saw it spelled out, I was like, no. And I looked it up.
Crohn, right?
Something like that. Uh, it,
Yep.
it, yeah.
Now this okay. This has got to be something. This has got to be the perfect reason for. Now what did he do? Um, I wasn't looking at the latest thing that Veritas said,
Well, you
but
can view the deleted message.
well, yeah.
The internet was a mistake. Society has gone too far. So this is the opposite of fascism. Not sure really why that was. Oh, so this is
Okay.
the poopy chat, he says. And suddenly, for no reason at all, this is the pee pee poo poo chat. All right, well, I can see
Okay,
why
I can
that
see why
one.
that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wasn't looking when he
yeah.
put it there,
That's all right.
so
You'll get over it. If not, well then,
I mean, I could see this whole thing, Catherine, about being a very good reason to have sex with this man no more than once. Okay? I get that. It's just, wow.
Hmm.
well, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Yeah, I should
Okay.
probably turn into a pumpkin too.
And I should probably go Betty bye.
Yeah.
My stuff and things, and
Yeah. Love you both. Come on my channel. Whatever you need,
your sweetie.
I'll chat with you.
Night, night,
Have a good
honey.
night.
Have fun.
Oh, man.
All right. Laters.
Okay, honey. See you Sunday, I hope. And there goes Kate, and there is me. Then there was one. So I'll pick up from where I left off the last time around. And I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. And I want to say it again, and I want to mean it again. You folks are just amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for liking this stuff, for liking us, for liking me. Warms the cockles of my heart. All I have to do now is figure out what is a cockle. But what are you gonna do? Oh my. Okay, okay, Catherine. Yeah, there's a good one for you. But what I will do is I will indeed say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.